And a pleasant good morning, everyone. Hello. Welcome once again to the 5th Annual Culture Creative Industry Forum 2023, hosted by the Department of Culture. The theme this year in the development of the culture creative industry is the role of the individual in creating success. Yesterday we had 3 featured speakers, Dr. 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒈, Dr. Keith Nurse, and Dr. Erica Smith, who spoke on different areas within the creative industry, intellectual property, the orange economy, and of course how to do trade, etc. within our Caribbean basin or St. Maarten and the region, and how to bring our product abroad globally. Today we're going to have workshops where we're going to get more of a hands-on approach to what we've learned yesterday and something that you can apply right away, not tomorrow, but right away, and you start your process in making sure that you are creating success as a creative. With that said, I'm not going to speak too long. I'm going to invite once again to the lectern Dr. 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆💏, but prior to that, let me just read his bio. Dr. 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒈, a highly accomplished professional with an impressive track record in the cultural and creative economy and the information and communications technology sectors with over 22 years of experience. Felipe has held prominent positions and made significant contributions in various areas, including policy making, academic research, and authorship. As the former Minister of Culture of Colombia, Felipe played a pivotal role in shaping and implementing impactful policies, public policies. Mr. 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏 is a renowned author and has co-authored influential books such as The Orange Economy, An Infinite Opportunity, and Orange Economy, An Infinite Reality, with former President of Colombia, Ivan Duque. With that said, please help me welcome once again to the lectern, Dr. 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆💏. You need this, I'll get that to you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Good morning again. Well, today we're going to do an exercise. The purpose of this exercise is to, as was just said, to have a little hands-on on trying to see how great ideas, great creativity can be translated into actionable, something you can do, something you can work with in order to monetize a bit. At least on the first stage, how to get through the initial process of breaking up the barrier from having great ideas and a lot of ideas into actually taking action, deciding what to prioritize, how to prioritize your ideas and start working on it. So if we get the first slide, I want you to introduce you to David Parrish. David Parrish is a British author. He produced in, this is already working? No. The first one. The first one, I don't know. Well, anyway, David Parrish is a British author. He produced almost 20 years ago what was then the first manual for creative entrepreneurship. And is it to this day, in my opinion, still the most complete and the most straightforward to work with. There are many other manuals that can be also consulted, and I can pretty much say many are very good. But the thing is, David Parrish's approach is very practical and is still working for me. And we are going to use some or one of his techniques, but I'm going to focus then on, I'm going to give you the QR code or the shortened URL so you can download it for free. It's actually a free resource. And the idea here is to have 4 or 5 stages. The first stage, and I want you individually to take 5 minutes. Remember yesterday when we were speaking about how kids are very creative? Be creative. I mean, think out of the box. Don't judge or don't prejudge your ideas. So the first step is focus on one issue you care deeply, passionately about. I mean, I care about kids learning to paint, or I care about the community understanding through art how to take care of waste management, or I want this tradition, this dance to be transmitted to the next generation, or I care about great design impacting, with local features, furniture or something somewhere else. I mean, it's an issue, something you care deeply about, and make a list of all the possible ideas in order to achieve that. So take 5 minutes for that, please. 30 seconds. Squeeze your brains. Okay, so here is the book, T-shirts and Suits by David Parrish. You can download it from that QR code with your camera, or you can just use the bit.ly/T-shirts and Suits, T and S with a capital. I recommend this because it's a great resource, but also tell me how many ideas you managed to write down. Anybody raise a hand? 5 ideas, 4 ideas? 5? 5, 4? Okay, perfect. So now, while I keep talking a little bit, please pick the one you think is your best idea to tackle the problem, right? And the thing is, we are now going to do a prioritization exercise. So we have 1, 2, 3 tables. We are going to take the next 15 minutes, and what you're going to do is you're going to analyze the best idea each one of you can give. Maybe 1 or 2 people can come to this table, so it's less people in a table, because more people means less time for people to participate. And the idea here is we're going to prioritize it using one of David's tools. And that tool is this. We're going to imagine we have this Cartesian plane, right? And we have in one axis how creative is this idea. I mean, some ideas can be very creative. Some ideas can have an edge in how they express a solution. And it's unique, that's high. Some other ideas are more practical, but are more common, are not as distinctive. They are creative still, but not as creative. And others, you know, are ideas who are very complex and difficult to share, to sell, to implement. But others are relatively simple and can be translated into action relatively fast, are more practical to implement, and are more likely to be accepted by an audience that can be either the public or that can be, you know, a group of interested, either public or private citizens who want a solution. So what I want you to do in the next 15 minutes is to debate your best ideas and to organize them in a plane like this from most creative and more suitable for market with this criteria, right? And organize it. And then find those who are closer to the B. Highest creativity competitiveness, and highest market suitability, okay? So 15 minutes, and if somebody can come probably from the table there, you have 2, 4, 6 people. Here we have 3, 2, 4, 6, so maybe having one person from each table to come and join this table, or maybe some people from this table coming here. So we have only 3 tables working on this. So 15 minutes from now, please. Any questions about the exercise, or are we clear? 2 minutes. One minute, pick your B. Okay, time's up. So back here, for those who have not got the opportunity to download the book, here you can find it. I will leave it for some seconds. So how was the process of getting this prioritization? It's not easy, right? I mean, it's complicated because you have to make first an assessment of it's really creative. I mean, you have to think, oh yeah, I mean, we are all basing our ideas on what we have learned from others, so is it that creative? So you have to start making your own, definitions and your own classifications of creativity. And then again, you have to think about what's suitable, what is marketable in different terms, because some projects are not for business, but still you have to sell them to somebody. They have to be bought by either a community, either the government, either a private company, or the public. And because of that, it's very important then to have this in mind. The purpose here is not to solve any problem in the world. It's for me to share with you some tools and give you some guidance on how to use them, so later on you can actually do better at your own projects and on your own initiatives. So everybody has the book. One, going twice, and gone. Okay, so let's go back to the exercise. So now we have to go from an idea to a business model. The idea here is whatever your idea that was closest to the B or even an E. I mean, a good balance between a creative, distinctive approach together with feasibility, with the possibility of making it happen in the relatively short term with the least amount of resources. We need to find then what's the value proposition of that idea. I mean, what's the why? What's the problem it's solving? Think about, the why of something is what is going to make you wake up every day to do that. I mean, is solving something important. What is this? I mean, what is solving? What is it is aiming at? Then, who is it addressed to? Try to take about 2 minutes on each thing. Then, how you are going to deliberate. I mean, it's something that you're going to do in a public space. It's going to happen over the internet. It's something that is going to happen how? And is this something you can monetize, or how it's going to be paid for? It's going to come from a grant. It's going to come from the people paying for it. It's going to come from a sponsor. So take 10 minutes on this and try to, I mean, don't get too confused with details. Get the general thing. I mean, the general why, the general who, the general where, the general how you are going to pay for it. So 10 minutes, please. Okay, so how are we doing? We have our idea, we have understood what its value, who is it directed to, how we are going to communicate, distribute it, and how we are going to finance it. Okay, now, with that in mind, what we need to prepare is how we are going to sell it, how we're going to communicate it to our intended audience. It can be an investor, it can be, a presentation about it. And the idea here is, in order to get a good project across, it's not about having one awesome, big, great meeting. It's about being able to share the idea to different people in different occasions in order to find out who is really interested into it. Of course, when you have something really meaningful to do, you want to get to a point where you have a complete meeting to go about all over the details. But suppose somebody asks you what you're working on. If you cannot give a straight answer in less than 2 minutes, you are going to lose attention. So what we have learned over time is a good structure to say what you want to communicate comes like this. If you can say in the first 10 seconds a strong why. Why is this important? I mean, this is going to solve world poverty, right? I mean, that's a very strong why. Whatever you are trying to communicate has a strong why behind. That strong why is something you should be able to communicate in one simple, straight phrase from 5 to 10 seconds. Something that catches the attention of the people. Something that I like to say is like a slap in the face, something that wakes you up. I'm going to solve the problem of coral reefs. We are aiming at recovering diversity of cultural expressions in the island. We are going to engage tourists in becoming creators of cultural content in the island. Something that in one phrase communicates the importance. It does not say how. It does not say details. It just communicates a strong message of importance and urgency, right? Then you have to say why it is important. I mean, you have to elaborate. And for that, you have a little bit more. You have already captured the attention of whoever is listening. Now you explain the why. I mean, this why I'm solving coral reefs damage because the diversity behind these coral reefs is important for the health of the island and the population and the diversity of marine fauna and so on and so on. I mean, you elaborate a little bit more. I mean, you have already given a strong why. Now you give like a series of bullet points. Not too long, not all the bullet points, but let's say 3 to 4 interesting, important bullet points that amplify the situation. Then you have to explain who it benefits. You have to make it personal. You have to make it something relatable. You're not going to go with all the details, but if you can say this is going to influence, about 10,000 people, which is 25% of the population of St. Maarten, because are the people who live in this area or that area. For example, Miss Claire, she works in the fishing industry with his husband and her family, with her husband and family, and they are seeing how their income is diminishing because of this loss of diversity. By doing this, they are going to recover 50% of their income, and they're going to be able to send, their son, Marcus, to college. I'm making up something ridiculous, and in this case, we don't have to have something perfect, but if you can relate some facts, real facts, with real people, with an example, then you have explained a why, a series of reasons why this is so important, and then how that's changing a real life. That makes it personal to anybody you are communicating anything. Then you will say, this will feel like this. I mean, now you expand. This example, you project to the wider population or the wider solution. So by doing this, by doing this, we are going to then, solve problems for these 10,000 people. These 10,000 people will have better income. Marine diversity is going to be better off. The expenditures of government in protecting coral reefs is going to reduce. This is going to liberate funds. I mean, you make a story. Again, you are not going to solve everything in a 2-minute pitch. You have to focus on the specifics that actually make a message across. And finally, you will say why you and your solution are important. And you can see that goes at the end. Usually we start the other way around. Is I do this, I say, I create special shoes for people to get into the sea, so the coral reefs and people don't care about the shoes. But saving the coral reefs, giving people better incomes is important to people. That relates a message. And then at the end you say, our product, which is this, by the way, does all of that. And we are the people to do that because of that. That has to be small. That's how you create, interest in what you are trying to communicate. You already have prioritized a solution. You have understood the elements of that solution in terms of the why, the who, the where, and how you're going to finance it. Now, imagine you are going to have the access to the people for that. But you never know who really are the people. Every person you meet is a potential investor, is a potential buyer, is a potential partner. If you have a great pitch for your idea, you will be able to do it over and over again with many people. This is a numbers game. And anybody that has been long enough in any field knows it's about, repeating, iterating something until you find the right people to do the work with. So let's try to take, not 10, let's take 15 minutes and try to get somebody in the team to put together a key message. And after that, somebody from each team, or maybe 2 people, whatever way you like, are going to come over here and are going to make the pitch to us. And we are going to make questions, right? So let's take 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay. So, how was it? You have your representatives picked? Everything ready? So, who is going to come from each table? Everybody pay attention here. So, from each table, raise the hand who is presenting from each table. One here. The table in the back. Who is presenting there? Who is presenting here? Okay, 1, 2, 3, we have 4 presenters. Okay, so who is going to come first? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Lisandro Siria.
Okay, so I just met you, right?
Yes.
We're in the street, and somebody introduces us and says, oh, you have to listen to Lisandro. He has a great idea. So, Lisandro, 2 minutes.
So, oh Lord. So, oh yeah, sorry over the time, please. Okay, so what if you left home, ever had to leave home, and you wanted to go back, but there was nowhere to return to? For example, there was a hurricane or a devastation or a war, then you would have to actually discover that your home is within. And for most of us growing up here in St. Maarten, if you want to know that home within, you would have had to actually learn that in school about your culture, your heritage, your history, but a lot of us weren't afforded the opportunity to learn about that, at least not in an institutional way. So what we then would like to solve is this problem, this lack of knowledge in our society as a collective. And what we thought was to kind of create a book, an interactive book, a book of overlapping images, overlapping maps, reproductions of cultural heritage sites, alternative histories, and can kind of compile this into a beautiful, aesthetically engaging and pleasing publication. And I think that, yeah, the target group would then be, no?
In the 23 seconds we have left, success would feel really, really good to know that young people can stand up anywhere in the world and say who they are confidently and return home to contribute. With that being said, we are artists, we are culture lovers, and we can do this.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. So tell me, you have a lot of experience in publishing?
Me? I know 1 or 2 publishers. That's kind of it.
That's a great answer. I mean, in many cases, people are going to try to get you by seeing if you are the people, no? And what you need to know is, I don't do that. I know the perfect people to that. That's why I'm a joint. I'm somebody well located to do this happen because I know the right people in the right places. So that's great. I mean, that's fast. And I say, okay, and how many books you want to print?
I think about 5,000 to 7,000.
How much is the cost of each book? I mean, right now you don't know, but you can make a quick assessment.
Yeah. What kind of cost to produce the book, or that we're going to sell it for?
What's the cost of production? What's the cost of selling?
Well, for about 5,000 to 10,000 books, I think you would pay about $7 per book.
And what's the selling price?
The selling price would then be about 30 to 40, ideally, if we do an aesthetic book. But if we do it for the community educational, we could bring it down to about 15 to 20.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you very much. Anybody has questions? Okay, great. So who's next? Okay, so I have been introduced to Kadula, and they have told me that Kadula has a great idea, and that idea is going to change my life. So I go and say, oh, hi, Kadula, I'm Felipe, nice meeting you.
Hi.
You have a great idea, right?
Yes, very good.
Tell me about it.
Well, I have a cultural museum, an outdoor museum, that is solving the problem of lack of exposure of cultural heritage. You have to know where you were to know where you're going. We have a lot of people that are born here, but from different cultures and don't know why the island is the way it is. We have Chinese, Indian, Caribbean, African, so we are catering to that. Okay. We are a friendly island, so we invite all cultures in, but if we present and expose our culture to schools, school children, tourism, and local families that want to do a cultural heritage outing in the weekend, that's what we're for. Where are we going to do that? We're going to do that on succession land of a local family. We have slave walls, we have rock walls, we have all the savannas and beaches on the property. So we already have things we can work with. We have sponsors. So we're opening the 1st of October. And who is we? We are a local family of lawyers, accountants, real estate agents. Yeah, so we are doing this. Did I make it? Okay. We have two. Can I do the other? Because we have two ideas. Very great. Yes. 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 The other idea could be done at the museum in the recreational area or at any community center. We have diagnosed a problem of aggression, anger among our youth. So we want to tackle that by giving them a place with meeting with creative artists, psychologists. They can make art and vent the anger they have. We have a high crime rate or fights at schools, in neighborhoods, among youth, girls and boys, not only boys. They talk a lot about our boys, but our girls are also aggressive. So what we're going to do, we're going to create workshops with art. People can express. We have psychologists there that are going to help the youth. And then after the week, the end, we can also do like paintballing is interesting. There's a whole issue in the newspaper now about kids shooting at each other. But if we create an environment where they can have that game safely and they can tackle anger, that's what we're doing.
Amazing. No, stay here. Stay here. Thank you. Yeah. So you have great experience in construction then?
Yeah.
Who has the experience in construction?
My husband and my cousins.
Okay, and how much is going to cost to build a museum?
Well, actually we spent already like 30,000 because we have to pay for 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 and so to separate from our other property. And we're going to spend like another 15,000.
And how much you are going to charge people to get into the museum? It's going to be for free?
Okay, the most money we're going to make from the tourists abroad. So I was late today because my travel agent from the US was asking something. So we're going to charge them $75, and then locals can pay $10, children $5.
How much people do you expect to visit the museum daily?
Well, we're banking on like 40 people per day in high season. That is like average. 40 people per day. If we have 7 ships in, I'm banking on 200 people a day. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And how much staff you are going to need to take care of the facilities, to keep them, clean, in good shape, and also to attend the visitors? 15
people, including security.
And with 250, can you pay with 15? With 40 to 200 people coming in daily, will you make enough money to pay for those costs?
Yes, because I have a different business model. Everybody on my property working will have to have a sole proprietorship. So I'm not paying 𝒁𝒑 and those kind of things. They have to pay it themselves. And then pay them a fee for the days that we have So everybody is going to provide a service to the museum. So when we have no bookings, there's no work.
Okay, great, thank you. So, great job, thank you. So think of this here. I'm not making questions just to make something. I'm trying for you to see that somebody that is interested might start asking you weird questions or going to very specific things. At some point, you might just cut and say, you know what, hey, I have a great presentation, I have all the details. Why don't we schedule a meeting and I can tell you all the details, I can show you the projections. I mean, sometimes you get into the process of wanting to answer questions. And that's great because that's a great conversation. But at some point, by trying to answer questions, you might get yourself into a hole. So you better have a strategy to stop answering questions you are not prepared to answer perfectly right now, and actually use that as an opportunity, as a cue to say, why don't you give me your number or your email? Let's schedule a meeting. It can be through the internet or can be in the museum. I can show you the premises. Use opportunities to invite people to get closer to your idea, right? And then think about your second idea gave me an opportunity to think. You start explaining something, but you miss an opportunity to make an impact. If you tell me young people are killing each other, that needs to stop. That's a great opening. That will catch my attention, right? And I say, people are getting into drugs. I mean, young people are getting into drugs. Young people are getting into trouble. They are skipping school. That widens my attention. I mean, there's something big. And then you say, and you know what? It's because they lack, opportunities to share in a safe, healthy environment that culture can provide. And by having activities where they are invited to let all this energy go out in a creative, constructive way, we can fix a problem. I mean, the way you frame the proposition is going to make a big difference. And it's going to open up a lot of interest from somebody trying to get to a solution. Next team. Here or here? Okay. Kenny? Yeah. Kenny. So I've been introduced to Kenny. I've been told he's a young, energetic man with great ideas for a solution. I don't know what it's about, but hi, Kenny and Felipe. Nice to meet you. They told me that you have a great idea. Tell me your idea.
My idea is for specific schools for what? We're developing schools where kids will want to go. The why? So young people like myself that know their path have access to the resources for less boredom and more focus. Who's going to benefit? The students. Example, Charlotte Brooks' son. How it would feel if it was me, I would feel grateful, good, accomplished, and proud. Who, for the who? Because I believe in myself, because I believe in myself that I could accomplish this goal, and that's it.
Great, thank you. Well, here one thing is, Kenny got a lot of time left. You can see that you can say a lot in very short time if you are ready and you have the answers ready and you have information ready, right? Now, on the other hand, it's very important when you speak and when you make a presentation to be as able to do it without reading. We are here practicing, and that's the idea, to get us into the spot so we can understand where we can improve. So an important thing is speak with confidence. Try to do it directly. We all need practice constantly. We are never born doing things. Pitching requires practicing. Don't get your pitch and go straight to the war. I mean, try to have a friend, somebody to practice with, to correct your speech, to make you the hard questions, to help you fine-tune what you're trying to say. If you know you have 15 seconds only, then you have to, I mean, it's one opener. Maybe that is going to get you or buy you a couple minutes more. Other times you get the straight 2 minutes because you have the person, you know, captured in an event or something. So do not have only one pitch. Have a 20-second pitch, a 1-minute pitch, a 2-minute pitch, and try to learn to read who you are talking to so you know which pitch you are going to use so you can, you know, use it better. So, Kenny, tell me, how many students you think are going to benefit from this? Right. How many people study with you in the school?
1,000.
Speak to the, I mean, speak, and speak, you know.
1,000 to 500 people. 500 to 1,000
Okay.
people.
So sometimes you don't have the information right away, but you have referencing points. Use them. I mean, you have proxies. You don't know all the students how many students are in the island. It's okay. You know how many students are with you. So use that and say, the whole number might be greater. There are 5 or 6 schools in the island. In my school, there's 250 schools, 400 students. I mean, you have a number. Build on what you know, but show that you have the ability to come to a more deeper or more in-depth answer when you have that situation. Any questions from somebody? No? That's okay. Well, thank you very much. And our last pitch. Mishnala. So, I've been introduced to Mishnala, and I've been told that she has a great idea that she wants to tell me about. So, hi, Mishnala. I'm Felipe. How are you?
I'm good.
Tell
Nice
me,
to meet you.
what is your idea about?
My idea is about raising awareness about various topics that are important to society. So my pitch is, do you have an idea that needs to be heard? What other way than through the voices of our future, our youth? This way we will be here in, this way This way we will have them involved in matters that is important not only to society but also to them. This way we will have their voices be built from young and also involved in things that matters to them. This is beneficial to all because through our marketing strategy of bringing awareness through our airways, especially through partnering with the youth radio on Saturdays, but also with sponsorships from 12 different businesses. With the example of stray dogs, that's one of our examples of our awareness that we would like to bring. We will feel more safe in our society, in our community, with less dogs being strayed on the road, or also having more sanitary solutions in place. It will be environmentally more sanitary, but right now, let us worry about how to get in contact with us. You can contact us via 524-HEAR, H-E-A-R, 524-4327. Let's partner and bring all the awareness to different topics on the island. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? It was very clear, right? Now, here you have something that is more akin to a good, compact email to explain something. When you have a presentation, it's best to avoid the complex constructions that we use to write things down. My point is here, think about movies. When you have movies, have you noticed that usually in the first minute or so, something very graphic happens in a way? something that in a way gives you a cue of what you can expect for the next 90 minutes or so, something that introduces an important character, something that introduces a simple but relatable concept that gives you a sense of something that is of your interest. So it's different when we pitch something from a written form than from a spoken form. And both are necessary. You must have both, which is something that is also important, because in this case, if somebody says, you know, I have no time now, email me something. This is the kind of thing you want to share, something that is structured, that is well written, that is articulate, because it shows also competence and professionalism. So this is an important way also to present things. Make sure then also to have the small pitch for everything, but also the written form pitch, because you are going to need it. Sometimes you can also do it with a brief, impactful presentation in PowerPoint. Best if you just share it with no complex issues like sound, video, or something you can share also in PDF format. Sometimes you want to share the PDF format so it cannot be altered, right? So it's important to have that. So a round of applause for everybody. Thank you. So now, in principle, we have a space for questions and answers to have a more conversation if you want to go in depth with some of these tools. These are very basic, simple tools. You will need more complex and more effort on your side in order to put together great ideas. And especially if you're going to run a business, if you're going to run a creative endeavor, you're going to put together more other things, how to manage the things, how to be attentive on how things happen, how to incorporate, you know, emerging trends in terms of creativity, technology into your ideas, into your purposes. But the idea is this is a great guide. There, as I said, there are other guides. I like this the best, but if anybody has questions, pues, well, this is the time to have them.
All right.
Thanks once again, Mr. Felipe, for the presentation. May I ask, off of the topic, this is your first time to the island with us, or?
Yes.
Yes. What's your follow-up on this, seeing that it's your first time with our group? Where can we follow up with you? We wouldn't want to miss you anytime soon so that we could continue getting a bit more of your knowledge.
Well, thank you. Ms. Clara has my contact details. In any case, my email is easy, felipe@gofuturehub.com. You can write me there, and yeah, sure, definitely I can share with you some documents that I have, and if you have something else to talk about or propose, I'm happy to hear from you.
And are you on any of the social medias that you share your information online, or that we could share with others?
Only in LinkedIn. In LinkedIn, you can find me as Felipe 𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕. Relatively easy to find. Sometimes I use the word 𝒕𝒉𝒂𝒄𝒉, 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 at Gmail or in LinkedIn. And I used to do social media more. Now I'm pretty much off. There's an Instagram account. I have not used that in over a year. So yeah, I don't do any more like social media, but LinkedIn and of course my email.
Okay. And how would you link St. Maarten to where you're from with business-wise, with persons that you know from Colombia that could share or maybe exchange information with us, that we can stay in contact with either purchasing items, because I heard the price is very well over there, that we could afford it, that it will be beneficial, especially for crafters or creative persons in St. Maarten?
Well, Colombia is quite a large market, 52 million people. We have cities ranging from 100,000 to 9 million people.
Let's go with the cheapest. I think Cali.
Cali is not necessarily the cheapest. I mean, the cities tend to be more expensive than rural areas. And the thing is, in the periphery of Colombia, you still have cities with 100, 200,000 people living there, Cities like in the coffee axis tend to be relatively good life quality, but they are no greater than 300,000, 400,000 people. Pereira, maybe 250,000 Manizales. Armenia is maybe 200,000. So those are places where you can get. However, when you see San Martin and the cultural diversity and the Caribbean influence, you might find more compatibility in cultural terms with the Caribbean coast in Colombia. Cities like Riohacha, or cities like Valledupar, or cities like Barranquilla, which is the largest one, are also probably more closer in terms of culture. Cali, of course, is the largest Colombian city in the southwest part of the country, where you will find a certain affinity, mostly because of the whole of the Pacific Rim in Colombia is where most of the African descent population lives. So Cali is the largest African influence city in the country, with great diversity, with access to the Pacific through the port of Buenaventura. I mean, you find a lot of things. In terms of arts and crafts, there's a national public agency called Artesanías de Colombia. They have programs for exports of crafts, and I don't know if they do anything in terms of bringing from other parts of the region, but they certainly do craft fairs where they certainly look for partners in the region in order to, have trade exchanges, to have an exchange between artists. We have a lot of experience in helping artists include design in their work. So it's not only about the amazing forms and patterns that come from our heritage and nature. It's also about techniques into translating that into useful artifacts, into having better management of inventories, or better management in terms of looking for markets. There are probably good experiences to share in the technical side, but also, in opening markets. We used to have one big fair in Bogota called Expo Artesanías that was in December. That was great because it was right before, the season for Christmas in Colombia. So it was a great opportunity for people to buy presents in Bogota that were distinctive, and that created a lot of impact. Now, because of that, we have other fairs all over the year in the main cities, and some fairs that are not permanent in certain areas, but that they move from year to year to different areas. So there are many techniques that you can relate with, and there are other products. And I mean, performing arts is also a great thing. The dance, in particular, is strong in Cali. It's a place where you have something in the line of 150,000 people are constantly or permanently training for dance in different dances. Of course, salsa being the most common, but other forms of dance are also present there, contemporary dance and other dances. So yeah, I mean, there's many things I can speak forever about relations. And in terms of a more specific kind of relationship, because of the Caribbean, you can think of the San Andrés and Providence archipelago. It's about double the population of St. Maarten, but it's only 27 square kilometers. It's two main islands. It's very interesting, lots of similarities in some aspects, especially in music, I can immediately recognize, but other practices. It's an island with a lot of British heritage, because it was first, it is an interesting part of the country. It was the part of the country that decided to become part of the country after independence of the Spaniards. They were not part of the Spanish dominions in the Caribbean. They were part of the British dominions. They declared independence and joined Colombia. So it's a very interesting relationship on how it works. It creates some resemblance with workings in other parts of the Caribbean. So yeah, I mean, many things that you can consider in order to get closer to Colombia.
All right, good morning, Mr. Felipe. So my question to you is, oh, sorry. Thank you for the information. I have learned a lot today and the past days. Now, I get very nervous when I'm doing interviews. Okay. You gave valuable information today of how to create a good pitch. So now what advice would you give me if I'm going into an interview and I'm already feeling so intimidated that I may not deliver my pitch as it should be? What advice would you give someone like me who becomes extremely nervous?
Well, I'm not an expert in journalism or interviewing people, but I think the best is always first to be prepared. I mean, the less you improvise in many things, the better you are for contingencies, right? Practice is always important. You will not get your first interview right. What you need is to maybe start interviewing some friends and family and get direct feedback from them. I mean, how are you feeling, making them feel? Sometimes if you are going to engage with somebody, if you're in politics, that's a different thing because aggression is part of the business. But if you are not interviewing in politics, going straight for the kill, right? What you need is to first try to make the people feel comfortable, get closer to the people, probably relate to a degree. If you get somebody you don't know and you start by asking like, hey, I mean, what kind of music do you like? I remember once I was interviewed in Colombia and the journalist just before starting the live interview said, what's one of your favorite songs that you would like to, have in the background? And because of the topic, we were speaking about creative entrepreneurship and the orange economy. I said, you know what? I like Don't Stop Believing from Journey. So she said, oh, that's an amazing song. And he created a relation. And why you like that song? And because of that. And then during the interview, almost at the beginning, she asked me about the song. So she allowed me to express something that was personal, related with the interview, that was not meant to harm me or to make me feel uncomfortable, the other way around, actually trying to get me into a mood of openness, so the conversation was very smooth. So depending on many factors, the thing is, if you prepare yourself, you know who you are going to talk with, try to do some research. It's somebody that cares about music, it's somebody that cares about heritage, it's somebody that cares about technology. Try to open up a conversation with something that gets you closer to the person. It has to be something honest, because everybody is very quick at spotting, a faker. Because you just say, no, I love 3D printers, because I've been doing that all my life, and my brother is amazing at that, and blah, 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 blah. I might come up with a question that you have no idea, and you will be immediately revealed as a bad person, or somebody. You may not have any bad intention, but I will be, I will not be comfortable talking with you because I don't know if you are talking true. So try to be honest and relate and prepare. And practice. Again, if you want to develop your specific way of talking to people, which is probably the best thing, you still need to refine it. Having the talent, having the inclination is not enough. It's about practice, it's about adjusting and doing it over and over until you are the best at doing it the way you want to do it. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question more considering your role when you were Minister of Culture, because our government, last week Friday, attended the conference of the governor, where he said they're focusing on the orange economy and want creative entrepreneurs to be more active as a branch as well. Do you have blueprints, which you don't have to share now, but maybe you can share with Clara, and then she will share it with us, that we we still have to form an association as as a creative branch, but in Dutch they say it's better to copy something good than invent it bad. So if we can learn from other countries, especially the islands that you mentioned that are a small economy, where we can roll out and tweak it to our local situation, where we can create tax exempts, certain associations, also professional help, digitalization, lawyers, all the things you need when you are a creative artists are very expensive on this island. So if you have formats where you have associations where these professions can donate their time so that our branch could be catered and that we can grow, because there's a vibe. Everybody is happy. Friday was great. Yesterday, today, we heard a lot of things. But if we don't tackle it the right way, right away, the energy is going to disappear, evaporate, yes.
Yeah.
Because not all of us, like my family, we have private capital, but not all of us are so fortunate that we have capital that could give us that boost, or that we can pay for, the lawyers, etc., to make sure that we can do our passion, but monetize it. Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's a very complex question. I will try to give you some insights. Government is hard. From the outside, it feels sometimes that it's easy just to make decisions and everything happens, and it's because people don't want to do things that nothing happens, right? So the first thing is when you do government, you come not for the first time to do the things that are required. You come with a lot of history behind. You come with institutional inertia. You come with a lot of previous commitments that need to be honored. Some you can, start putting aside, but some others are things you cannot renounce. And many of the things that you have to do in government are restricted by the norms about how you rule, and especially how you spend money. So when you are a government official, you have to follow many rules. You have to deal with many people, lots of interests, and especially, you might want to do an event like this. You need to do a whole planning process in order to get the funds, get it into the budget, then a plan to spend the budget. You cannot just buy whatever you want. You have to go through procurement processes and so on. So that's difficult. And that usually what it does, it takes a lot of energy and attention from the people in charge, from innovating and incorporating new ideas for the decision-making process. So that's very hard. Now, the way it works is when you have this kind of governor symposium, this culture and creative industries economy forum, right? That's the spaces where you, in a way, give yourself the opportunity to listen and to learn and to grow. And if you are left alone then to do something, another priority is going to take over your attention. But if people support those who are brave enough to do the job, right? And to help them remain focused on it in a constructive way, that will help a lot. In that sense, I already have shared with Mrs. Clara all the documents that we published in Colombia around the policy of the orange economy. It comes with also a partial assessment of the results. They both give you an idea on how we work on decentralizing lots of our work, because what happens is, of course, when you are, especially in a country like Colombia, you go to a small municipality, 45,000 inhabitants. In a country of 52 million, that's like, it feels like nothing. I mean, if you're in Bogota, your problems are 1,121 municipalities. So one small municipality is not in your radar, So what you need is to create systems for people to manage itself. In a country, of course, like St. Maarten, you are probably divided in neighborhoods or in sections, and some are smaller than the others. And probably Philipsburg takes a lot more attention and a lot more resources than other parts that are more rural. What you need to understand is you have to delegate. Doing delegation is difficult, but policies work like roadmaps for people to coordinate actions. And that coordination of actions is never perfect. It's always going to have some tensions. That's where associations are important, to keep, everybody talking to each other, to keep the focus on what is important. Because many things, you already saw it here. You may have lots of ideas. Do you have the resources to implement them all? You need to understand that you have to prioritize. You need a strategy. So a good opportunity, and we did this in Colombia, is we did mappings in different regions of the country. We got together associations of creatives, the local authorities, in our cases, the mayor's office and the secretary of culture, together with universities. You can also involve sometimes schools. We used to do that. Schools which are especially focused on cultural education, arts and cultural education. We have some schools like that in Colombia, so we involved them. We involved also industry leaders, chambers of commerce, into the conversation, and we laid down creative agendas. So a list of priorities of infrastructure projects or other kinds of projects that require, more urgent response than others. That way we create these roadmaps for people to sign. And then we got, symbols matter. So we then, after doing this process, which takes between 12 and 18 months, we got together and we signed a big, a big poster with the main objectives, and everybody was signing. The governor, the mayor, the minister, the vice ministers involved, the directors, the presidents of the universities. You want people to be involved so they have a stake in the success of the plan. I can sit in my office and I can lay down a great plan for St. Maarten. I can publish it and say you have to do this. Nobody was involved. It can be better in technical terms than a group of people is going to put together. But it's not going to have any legitimacy, it's not going to have any commitment from anybody, and it's not going to be implemented. If you involve the people and you have the hard conversations, and that's a whole different thing, having difficult conversations, negotiating from interest, trying to keep away from problems and differences, the person, and attack the problem, be hard on the problem, be soft on the people. If you do that, you will create plans. The plans are the important thing. And then plans are never perfectly implemented because reality has a way to tell you that aspirations are not always attainable. But still a plan is very important because it lets you know what you anticipated well and learn to do the next plan better. So this is a whole process. I hope this is not too much of a perorate, but what I wanted to tell you is, because governing is not easy, and I know being in the field as a creative is also not easy, but giving each other a hard time is not going to solve anything. What you need to do is to understand that we all want the same thing. We have different restrictions, we have different needs. By talking to each other, by using methodologies to get together, mediation if necessary when there's strong differences, you will bridge this difference and have common plans. And that does not mean we are all in agree on the long term, but at least we can move forward in the short term in ways that show both sides, governments, associations, creatives, solutions that make life better.
Thank you, Mr. Felipe, for that presentation and for the workshop. I noticed definitely that everyone got something out of it. It was definitely the reenactment of it. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break so you get to stretch your legs for a few 5 minutes, very short. Have some tea, some snacks that are outside, and then we'll be right back in to go into our second workshop with actually the case study with Dr. Erica. Okay, 5 minutes. All right, and 5 minutes is up. All right, can everyone come back into the room, please? Take your seats and huddle. The word is huddle this morning. So let's occupy tables. If you notice, there's a table with a couple chairs available. Please sit there. I'm just waiting for some other folks to come back in, but we are ready to start. Okay, everyone, kindly come back into the room so we can continue with our case study from Dr. Erica. All right, so let's go on this morning, as I want to respect everyone's time that they have on the platform. With that said, I do want to remind you to do a particular thing once again. So does everyone here have their phones with them, their mini computers, their cell phones, or is it in your bag, in your pockets, wherever it is, put it out on the table. Put your phones out. You guys have your phones out? All right. Again, we're going back on Facebook. So open up your app, the Facebook app, for those of you that do have social media. And if you don't have Facebook and you have Instagram, that works too. Get on the Instagram app as well. Right, we're there. For those of you, get into the Department of Culture Facebook page. Are we in? Yeah, Department of Culture's page, we're in? All right, so here's what I want for you to do. We just had Dr. Felipe on, and he taught on the workshop with elevating your pitch and showing you more or less how to do a business plan in a condensed manner. I want you to hashtag culture creative industry. Under that, when you open that, because we're going to share this page. So you're going to click on the live feed to share, hashtag Culture Creative Industry Forum 2023. We good? I'm going to slow down a bit. Somebody told me yes. Department of Culture's Facebook page. Hashtag, well, share the link, but before you share it, make sure you write a little note, and on the note, you're going to say hashtag Culture Creative Industry Forum 2023. You're going to write Dr. Felipe, hashtag Dr. Felipe 𝒕𝒂𝒄𝒉, 𝒕𝒂𝒄𝒉, right? Hashtag Felipe 𝒕𝒂𝒄𝒉. And then the next hashtag is going to be whatever you gained from this. So was it awesome? Was it iconic? Elevator pitch? What did you particularly learn? So put that, listen, just 2 words, because we don't want no long hashtag. Was it awesome? Was it iconic? Was it eye-opening? What was it? Put that particular hashtag, right? So we have hashtag Culture Creative Industry Forum 2023, hashtag Felipe 𝒕𝒂𝒄𝒉, hashtag whatever you want to put. So was it hashtag awesome? His presentation, we're literally talking about his presentation. So hashtag awesome, hashtag elevation pitch, hashtag I'm smarter, wealthier, and wise, whatever you want to put it there, right? And then click share. We did that? Thank you. I got a thumbs up. Awesome sauce. And whilst you share it as well, tag a couple folks in your network. All right, so let's go on this morning with our case study that is going to be done by Dr. Erica Smith. I'm just going to read her bio once again. Dr. Erica K. Smith, PhD, is a creative industries and IP specialist who is also the CEO of the Barbados Collective Management Organization for Music Rights, 𝒐𝒐𝒄𝒉. Dr. Smith has an undergraduate degree in law and management and graduate degrees in international business, intellectual property law and management, and international sports law and management. Her doctoral research focused on copyright management in the digital environment. Dr. Smith is also a consultant and focuses on business and intellectual property strategy and management and business development. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the lectern Dr. Erica K. Smith.
Good morning. So as promised, today I'm going to do a case study, and I chose the music industry. Some aspects can apply more broadly, and I'll point those out. And then after lunch, I think I do another session on the ownership and transfer of intellectual property rights, which will be more general. So I'm going to be I hope to be as clear as possible. So if you don't understand something, of course you can ask questions. The objective is to at least allow you to leave with an understanding of key terminology and how rights flow in the music industry. In other words, how money is made. So it all starts with a song. Someone has to write a song. You can have a composer who composes the music. You can have the lyricist who writes the lyrics. You can have people who do both. For the purpose of the presentation, I will speak about songwriters. So there are authors under copyright. So remember yesterday I told you under copyright law, the first owner of copyright is the author. In this case, the songwriter is the author and is therefore granted copyright for their original work. Remember I told you copyright is in fact a bundle of rights. So the songwriter is granted this bundle of rights, which includes those you see listed there. The right to copy or to reproduce, the right to authorize the distribution of the work, the public performance of the work, the communication to the public of the work, the broadcast of the work, the inclusion of the work in a cable program. These rights are exclusive. They do not require any formality as long as the work is original and you have recorded it in some form. It doesn't have to be recorded in a professional manner, but it has to be, for example, in the case of lyrics, be written down. Why? Copyright does not protect ideas. Copyright protects the expression of ideas, meaning if I wrote a song about love, or rather, if I have an idea for a song about love, I couldn't get protection on that because I'd be getting a monopoly, exclusive rights for songs about love. But we know there are tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands or more songs about love. But each work is supposed to be an original new expression, a new version. So it is that expression, that new expression that is protected. So do not speak about copywriting your ideas. So you write the song, and then what? Maybe you're an artist, maybe you're not. Maybe you're just a songwriter. How are you going to make money? You have to be able to get the song out there, get it recorded, get it used, so you can make some money as a songwriter. And this is really the job of the publisher. The publisher is the one who will commercialize your work. You do not need to have a publisher. When you're now starting out, you may try to do it yourself. So when you hear people speak about their publishing, it's a bit confusing, because what they're talking about is where you have an agreement with a publisher to commercialize your work. And what happens is people talk about, oh, I'm giving somebody my publishing. What does that mean? You have this copyright. You are the owner of the copyright. You want to have the song, is this nice? Right. You want to have the song commercialized. You feel someone else could do that better than you could for yourself. When you sign a publishing agreement, what that means, it's a type of license, and you are transferring the rights in the song to be managed and commercialized by a publisher. So, Lisandro, that's your name? You write the song, you come to me, you say, Eric, I wrote this song. You have a little demo for me to hear what it sounds like. I said, okay, I think there's potential. I know an artist this would work for. I'll publish it for you. I give you a contract. It has to be in writing. These people in the region tend to be informal. We don't like contracts. And I honestly cannot say specifically for your copyright law. I did try to translate it, lost in translation. But generally, most copyright legislations will say you cannot transfer copyright unless it's done in writing. So I give you this contract, and what will generally happen is the contract will say, transfer your copyright to me, the publisher, so I can go there and commercialize it. And in exchange, I will pay you royalties from the money I generate. The contract should say how long it's for. It should say the territories. It should say how I'm going to pay you. And if you're lucky, it will say how much money I will advance you. When you hear people speak about getting advances, they're getting an advance on the payment of royalties. So in the case of the songwriter, you sign the publishing agreement, the publisher may be in a position to pay you an advance. Professional publishers normally will be in that position. And this advance will be based on what they think they can earn, at least initially, from commercializing the song. The advance is not free money. If you get an advance, I say, okay, I'll pay you 10,000 US advance royalties. What the contract will also say is that I will recover that advance before I start to pay you any further royalties. And this causes people stress. This is why Tony Braxton, for example, went broke, or Prince. They get the advances, get a lot of money, think, well, rich. spend the money crazy, then don't see any more coming. And they say, oh, they robbed me. They didn't rob you. They paid you in advance. They need to recover the advance, then they will start paying you royalties. It's like a little loan. So by having this agreement with the publisher, and there are different types of publishing agreements, we don't have time to go into that. But we'll assume there's a transfer of copyright from the songwriter to the publisher. The publisher is now in a position to exploit that copyright. And in that way, the publisher becomes a copyright holder. So you start with the author, and that's how the publisher gets into the game. And I'll speak about the English-speaking Caribbean because I don't know specifically the practices here. But what often happens is people will say they're publishing. Remember, it's a kind of license. So yesterday when I spoke about what you should look for, they don't have a network. They have no experience. You have to have a network because you need to know who you can speak to about commercializing the song. And it should not just be a local network, but you want to ensure they have an international network and they have a track record. So you need to do some due diligence. Otherwise, all that's happening is you're transferring rights to someone. Often they're not paying any advances. They're not working the song. But I'll show you a little later on how they're still able to benefit financially without doing anything. So you need to pay attention. I mentioned yesterday, and I started to speak about it before, you need to be clear about the territories covered under the publishing agreement. So I keep telling you these are a bundle of rights and they can be fragmented. But the fragmentation goes further. So you could have a publishing agreement with someone just for the Dutch Caribbean. It's like when I gave the example of the licenses yesterday. You could do another contract. They're going to be exclusive. So you can do an exclusive contract with another publisher for Asia, one for Spain and France, one for the rest of Europe. You can have it broken down like that. And then what happens is publishers will then also enter into sub-publishing agreements. So publishers would then enter into agreements with other publishers to ensure they have the coverage globally. You need to be careful with the contracts because when you sign a publishing agreement, it says how much royalties they will pay you. Often it could be a simple 50-50 split. Sometimes it will favor the author, the songwriter. But if the publisher then goes and signs a sub-publishing agreement, they're doing a further split. And by the time those royalties get back to you, you might be only getting 10%. So you need to really pay attention and understand the arrangements being made and how this copyright is being split. So there are these bundle of rights granted under copyright, including public performance, broadcast, and inclusion in cable programs. The thing is, some of these rights can be managed quite easily by a publisher or a songwriter on their own. In the case of public performance, what is that? That is a right that says if you want to play my music in public, you need a license because that's a specific right granted under copyright. There's also, if you want to include my song in a cable program, so when you hear music, when you watch cable, television, and there's music included, licenses were required. if you want to play my song in a nightclub, a license is required, not just in St. Maarten, but anywhere. Obviously, that cannot be properly managed by individuals. So there are organizations. I heard someone yesterday speak of BMI, 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, those are in the US, SOCAN in Canada, PRS in UK, 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 in the Netherlands, 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 in France, et cetera, et cetera. These organizations exist to manage in a collective way those rights that the individual copyright holders cannot manage themselves. So they will issue what is known as a blanket license, for example, to radio stations. What does that mean? There are over 180 of these organizations worldwide. I work for one. We operate as a network. Therefore, I have contracts with my sister organizations to manage all of their members' works in Barbados and vice versa. So when I go to the radio station, I say, you need a license, a copyright license. They will try to get out of it. Nobody wants to pay. If you want to know about stress, do what I do. Tell people they need to pay to play music. But I'm in a very strong position because they'll say, oh, I'm only playing international music. Doesn't matter. You could be playing music from Morocco. It doesn't matter. I have the contracts. They'll say, oh, well, I only play rock music. Doesn't matter. Any genre of music. The worst. One guy said to me, this is a God station. We play God's music. And the Bible doesn't say anything about royalties. It speaks about taxes. No problem. The law says you need a license. So obviously, if I'm a radio station manager, I am not going to give you a list and say, I want this song, this song, this song. I just want a license that I could play what I feel like playing. So it's a blanket license, meaning once you have that, you're free to play what you feel like. I am not going to go into all the details on this now. I'll do that at the end because it's a lot of information. Point is, you can join these organizations to ensure specific rights are managed collectively, and the organization is responsible for paying your royalties. The publisher is also able to join because remember they had that contract. The contract will usually say, for those rights managed collectively, they won't be managed through the publisher. You'll go to the society that then manage it, but the publisher is entitled to a share. So when you sign these bogus publishing agreements with these people who don't actually publish, that's what they go after. Because for those royalties, they don't need to do anything really. They just sign up, just like you, and when the royalties are paid, they collect their share. So if you're going to sign with a publisher, make sure the publisher functions. I want to digress a little, because during Felipe's session, Lisandro was speaking about book publishing. It's a similar concept. You write a book, you need it commercialized, you sign with a book publisher. The book publisher is not necessarily the one who's doing the printing. I just wanted to bring that up for you because I do hear authors speaking about going to a publisher and get their book printed. You just need to go to a book printer, a printery, and get it printed. But a publisher is there to commercialize it and make money off of the copyright. So, you wrote the song, you came to me to publish it. I know an artist that maybe could be a good artist for it, good fit. So I go to a record company. The artist is signed to a label or record company. And I go and I say, listen, I have a song here that's great for the weekend, let's say. The record company will listen. They say, yeah, okay. So we want to have the weekend record this song. But when the song, the SONG, is recorded, this is a form of copying. It's not a literal copy, but you have copied the song that he wrote by having an artist sing and record it. That's a copy. If you ever thought about it, you write a song, somebody else records and performs and records it. How do you as the writer make your money off of that? And that's when you hear people speaking about mechanicals. It's a form of license. It's the licensing of your reproduction right. So if someone wants to record your song, no problem, but they need to pay a mechanical license. You have it in the traditional music environment when you have CDs and so on, or you also have it online when a song, and it gets complicated. But when the song is streamed, for example, there is a copy, albeit temporary, or if it's downloaded. So the digital mechanicals have to be paid. That's how the songwriters and publishers get money. One of the ways they get money. The mechanical can be managed directly by publishers or through a collective management organization. So in the US, there is Harry Fox. There's an, I don't know the name. In France, I can't remember the name, but 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, as in 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, which is in the Netherlands, they manage the mechanical rights specifically. So every time a recording is made of your song as a songwriter, you should be paid a mechanical fee. We're still talking about you as a songwriter. I'm trying to be clear because next we will talk about the rights of the artists, separate rights. Remember yesterday, I told you there's copyright, and then there's similar rights called related or neighboring rights. So you always need to remember there are two levels. We start with the song, somebody had to write a song, so we're still in that sphere. That song, one of the ways it can be commercialized is when it's used in a film, or in an ad, or in a game. In that case, you're also doing a form of copying. Except when you put music and audio visuals together, and you merge them together, so you have an audio visual production. That license is called a synchronization license. If you hear people talking about my syncs, very valuable right. If you can get a song into like a top movie, into a global hit movie, that license can be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Syncs for ads, not if it's just for, you know, a small territory, but if you get your songs in ads and games, this is where you make really good money. And this is where it helps to have a very good publisher, because the publisher's job is to find these opportunities. So another way the songwriter will make money is from this form of licensing, normally done by a publisher who will, and your contract will say how much you should get. So you wrote the song, someone wants to use it. Yeah, these are my AI images. Someone wants to use it in an ad, but they want to change the lyrics to, you know, for ads, you normally change the lyrics a bit or whatever. Remember, one of your exclusive rights under copyright is the right of adaptation, the right to authorize changes. In this case, you have the right to get paid a fee if they want to change your lyrics. If they're using a sample, the songwriter needs to be paid, even though it's a sample of the recording. So when you do a sample normally, you take the original recording and you cut out a piece and put it into your new recording. And it does affect the rights of the owner of the recording. We'll speak about that. But there's still a song there. The underlying, embedded in that is the song that he wrote. So the songwriter is always paid. Going back to mechanicals, if you wrote a song and it's recorded and commercially released, so it's out there. Once someone pays a mechanical license fee, they can do their own version of the song. They just pay the license fee. It's a form of copying. As long as they haven't made any changes to the lyrics, they can just pay a license fee, a mechanical fee, and do their own version. If they made, and they can do that through the collective management organization. If they change the lyrics, they also need to deal with the adaptation. So I manage mechanicals. So if you come to me, you were doing a version, you want to do a cover version, no problem, I can issue the license as long as it's someone I represent. But if I am notified of any changes in the lyrics, I have to tell you, no, you need to go and get a license from the songwriter or publisher agreeing to the lyrics change. I need to see that before I can issue a mechanical, right? If you want to change the genre, so it was a rock song, you change it to country, no problem. That you can get the license and do. But if you're going to change the lyrics, you need the specific authorization of the copyright holder. And remember what I said yesterday. You have these economic rights, but you also have the moral rights. So if you're going to change the lyrics, it's not just that you need the the original author should see the new lyrics and ensure that it's nothing derogatory or that they'll be unhappy about. Right. Now we're going on to the other side. So Sandro came to me as a publisher. I think the song is great for The Weeknd. I go to The Weeknd's record label. They're interested in having him record it. That's in the traditional music industry. I don't know how it works here, but pretty much around the region, this is what happens. There are no record labels, no record companies. There are studios. So I'll give you the traditional way, and then I'll tell you what happens in the Caribbean. So in the traditional way, you go to The Weeknd's record company. They agree they want to record it. They have a recording contract with The Weeknd. He's signed to them as an artist. They will pay the mechanical license fees to do the recordings. And they will have the contract with The Weeknd that stipulates how he's paid, his royalties, because just as the songwriter has their copyright, under law, a performer has rights in his or her performance. And these rights, they're very similar to copyright. I'm not going to go into detail because I'm going to just confuse you, but they're very similar to the rights the author has. So the record company's contract will provide for the transfer of the rights of the performer to the record company. That's what that contract says. You record it and everything, you transfer your rights to me, In exchange, I will pay you royalties, similar to the relationship with the songwriter and publisher. The record company needs that transfer to happen because otherwise, the recording is done, the performers could stick them up, you know, because I still own my rights. So I will now be a problem. So you need to have those rights transferred. It's the same in film. If I'm doing a movie, I'm producing a movie, I have actors and so on, I have to have the contract that says your rights are transferred to the production company or the producer or whoever. Same principle, because unless you have control of those rights, you will be limited in your ability to go out and really work them. Yeah? Again, it has to be in writing. And when that recording is done, that's what's called the master recording. And the rights in that recording are owned by, traditionally, the record company. So pay attention. You have the rights in the song that he wrote. The Weeknd has rights as a performer, which he transfers to the record company. And then there are separate and distinct rights in the recording. The recording itself is an asset in which there is IP, which there's copyright. And that is usually owned by the record company. It's usually owned by whoever paid or made the arrangements for the recording. Yeah? So, I'll go through it one more time. Lissandra wrote a song. He wanted it commercialized. He felt he would be better off signing with a publisher. He does his homework. I like the song. Okay, I'll work with you. We sign a publishing agreement. I go and work the song. I think it's a great song for the Weeknd. I approach his record company. They want to record it. They agree to pay the mechanical license to do the recording because they're copying the song Lissandra wrote. They have a contract with The Weeknd as an artist. In this contract, The Weeknd transferred his rights as a performer or as an artist to the record company. The record company will pay the studio, will pay the engineers, pay the backing musicians, everybody involved to do the recording, and the record company then owns the recording. The rights of the songwriter are still the rights of the songwriter, okay? The record company doesn't own those rights, right? Importantly, and when we do the session this afternoon, I'll talk a bit more about this. So in the studio, you have all these different, you have the musicians, the backing vocalists, etc. And they are usually brought on as work for hire. I actually hate the term, but that's what people use, work for hire. Really, at least in my legislative environment, we're talking about commissioning work, right? Doesn't matter. We'll talk about work for hire, but these people are brought on under work for hire agreements. They are all performers under copyright law. Just like the featured artists, the backing vocalists, the musicians, they are all performers and have rights as performers. So the same way the recording contract ensures the Weeknd's rights are transferred to the record company, those contracts with the backing musicians and so on must say clearly all rights will be transferred to the record company. Because just like the Weeknd, if his rights haven't been transferred, could stick them up, so too could be the person playing the second trumpet. The same principle applies, for example, if you are recording a live performance. So the Weeknd and his band perform, you decide you're going to record it, film it and record it. you as the person, the videographer, needs to have the rights, all of those people sign off, a license, some sort of permission to you as the videographer if you then want to stream it or record and sell it or what have you, because they all have rights in their performance. So if you go performing and, you know, they come and record it and then put it in a documentary or whatever, they need your permission to do that. Guess what? They will also need the songwriters. Remember I said when you put the audio and visual together, you need a sync license. And if they don't pay that, it means Lisandro would not be paid as a songwriter. So even though it's the weekend, he's performing the song Lisandro wrote, someone comes to record his performance in a video, they need the performer's authorization or license. But because they're recording it, they also need the permission of the songwriter and publisher. I'm trying to be slow. There are many layers. In the live performance example, he's doing a live performance. So in the absence of a contract that says otherwise, his live performance doesn't concern the record company. The record company's rights are in that master recording. Their rights are in recorded content, not live. Let's stick to the live performance. Another way of making money. So assume we're not recording the live performance. There's just now the weekend. He's doing a concert. He's performing the song Lisandro. Am I saying her name right? Lisandro wrote, right? So he's doing that at an arena to 12,000 people. One of the rights I mentioned is the public performance right. So by performing Lisandro's song at his concert, there's a public performance of the work. What does that mean? It means that a license is needed for the public performance. This is in addition to if they were recording it, that's another set of licenses. But just to do the public performance, a license is required for public performance. That's one of the licenses you get from the copyright organization. So Lisandro, as a songwriter, will be paid royalties every time the song is performed publicly, whether live or in recorded format. So if the weekend performs the song in Rome, the Italian copyright organization, they will license it. They will send his copyright organization the royalties to pay him here in St. Maarten. If the recording of the song, so let's say radio, if you play a radio in a shop, that's a public performance, it's a public space, so a license is needed. And we'll get into how you know who to pay what and all that a little later. So the record company owns this master recording. They don't own the rights in the song he wrote, just in the recording. And because the performer transferred their rights, the record company is free to commercialize, market, copy, do whatever they want with that recording.
Hello.
Okay. All right. Right, so whilst we wait on them, on technical, oh, because all I see down here occasionally is me. No, I was going to ask if you have any questions. Yes. Go to the mic, please, or use the mic.
Don't need a mic. Good day, everyone. My name is Olivia Murray. I'm also an artist, composer, so I write songs. And with the little that I know, I try to help people get themselves copyrighted here in St. Martin, because I've seen the struggle. Number one, you said about the master, and I would like to get a little bit more in-depth information about it, because I had some people coming to me and saying that they went and record at a particular recording studio, and you know, jolly happy. The individual recorded about 10 to 15 songs. And when he went back, it was told to him that he can't do anything because they have the master, and he didn't pay nada, nothing. So basically, they are the owners of the master. Is that correct?
All right, so let me use this up. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Let me explain what happens in the Caribbean, and from what you just said, seems to also happen here. We don't have the institutions, we don't have the record companies, we don't have the established publishers, etc. So you want to have a song recorded.
Yes.
Normally, the songwriter will also be the artist.
Exactly.
Right? They will go to a studio. Different possibilities. When you go to the studio, you say, I want to pay and get the song recorded. How much will it cost to ensure that I have all the rights transferred to me so that I own the master?
Exactly.
Right? In that scenario, I will say, if you want to own all the rights, it's going to be $5,000.
Exactly.
I tell you, I don't have $5,000. How much do you have? I could do 25. Okay. In that case, what will often happen is you pay the 2,500, and the studio will say, or the producer,
Or engineer, whoever.
I'll record it, but you need to give me half the copyright. Right? So then they're not publishers, but they're taking the share of copyright like a publisher would.
Which is the owner, yeah.
The studio.
The studio.
So the studio now figures, well, you can't pay me, and one way I could try to get some money off of this is if I also own some of the copyright. Now remember when I was showing you on the slide, the studio / the record companies really, their interests really reside in the master recording. What happens in the Caribbean is they use this opportunity to also own some of the songwriters' copyright, even though they're not publishers. So think of it as two halves, songwriter and publisher, artist and studio / record company.
Yes.
So what happens when you can't, with a lot of these studios, is they want to go from here to here, this other side. That's one of the things they do. The other thing they will do is say, you can't pay me, so I will retain rights in the master. I own the master. And they do.
Yeah.
There's no transfer there. Well, there's a full transfer there because you cannot pay them, and it's whoever made the arrangements and so on. So it's a contractual issue. So when you go in, you have to be very clear about what you're agreeing to.
Yes, so you have everything prepared, discussed, black and white before you start.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
there
you're
should
saying.
be a written contract,
Yes.
right? But from the time you go to these little studios and so on as an artist, and you don't or can't pay, it becomes a negotiation, let's say.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, and besides that, a label. So if the recording engineer has also a label, and then you come as a songwriter artists. So to them,
Whoever is doing the recording.
same thing.
Whether they call themselves a studio, whether they call themselves an
Engineer.
engineer or producer, even if they call themselves a label, right? They're really undertaking the function of doing the recording, and they're making the arrangements. They're the ones making the investment, maybe.
Yes.
So therefore, there is a legitimate claim. Now, I said they're the ones making the investment because not always a heavy investment. For example, you can go in, so you go to the studio, you only have limited money available. So you can't afford to pay the $5,000, but still you're paying the background vocalists, you're paying the musicians. So you're making an investment.
Yeah, exactly.
So forget intellectual property for a minute. This is business now.
Yeah.
This is, at the end of the day, you negotiate what you want with contract. So if you go into the studio, you know, you charge me $5,000, I paid you $25,000, but I also paid for the back-end vocalist and so on and so forth. You negotiate. Okay, we will jointly own the master, right? What becomes a mess, like I said, is that engineer then decides, oh, you wrote the song, but I also want rights in the SONG, right? And they try to claim rights all
On both
over.
sides.
They're not going to publish. Most of them don't have the capacity to do any marketing or anything,
No.
right? So what happens in our environment? They try to negotiate a share. If you're doing a song for the Calypso competition,
Correct.
they will try and negotiate, oh, you couldn't pay me, you need to give me a share of any money you win,
Yeah,
right? It becomes a very exploitative situation.
exactly.
So you need to, first of all, understand how the rights work. Understand when you're talking about songwriting, you as a songwriter is separate and distinct. Even if you are both a performer and a songwriter, it's still separate and distinct. You as a songwriter versus you as an artist,
Exactly.
right? Keep them clean and separate.
Separate from each other.
But in spite of everything I say, you can vary to suit based on a contract,
Exactly.
right? So if you decide you want to do things differently, no problem, have a written contract,
Black and white.
right?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So this is what I was saying. You're talking about separate and distinct rights. In the song that Lysandra wrote and the recording of the song, the master recording. And whoever owns that recording should seek to commercialize the copyright in it. And nowadays, we're primarily speaking about digital distribution. How does this work? So you have a platform like Spotify. You, as an individual artist with your 5 recordings, cannot just go and upload on Spotify. It doesn't, no, you're too small. Spotify gets over 100,000 uploads a day. It's done through aggregators. An aggregator is a company that will work with people who own master recordings, because those are the rights we're speaking about here. Aggregators are concerned with the rights in masters. So they should be dealing with whoever owns the rights in the master. Again, when you look at the international databases, the ownership databases and so on, it's a mess. Because an artist will just assume, oh, I could do this. They don't own no rights. They go and do a deal with an aggregator. And it causes a lot of confusion when you try to work out who owns what. I can't go into details today because the session, it would be too much information. But I would just say that you should pay their codes, metadata and codes you need to, if you own masters, that you need to be aware of and you need to use. Most importantly for the owner of masters is the International Standard Recording Code, the ISRC. That's the code that the platforms require so you can track and know who owns the recording. There are different codes for songwriters. That's not an issue. Those are applied by the copyright organizations. But for the masters, you need to ensure you have the ISRC code embedded. So you are a small label, a little studio, you own some recordings, you want to get them online. You sign with an aggregator like TuneCore or CD Baby. There are many of them. And their job is to, they pull together a big pool of recordings for all these independent people. And they have the license with the platforms. So TuneCore, CD Baby, they have the license with Spotify, for example. So that's how you, as an individual owner of a master recording, will get your recordings onto Spotify. What happens? What you should be aware of is if you don't have your international standard recorded codes embedded in that master, or even when you do, the aggregators will apply their own, and you have a mess. Not your fault. I'm just telling you the reality, because those are the codes you need to track to see who owns what. So it becomes really complicated, but in summary, you own masters, you need to get them online, you go to an aggregator, that's their job, right? So I went through this. So the platform will have a license with the aggregator will have the license with the digital platform. And that will say that the platform will pay license fees for each time the recording is streamed. Those license fees are paid to the aggregator. The aggregator then pays the owner of the recording, and the owner of the recording should then account to the artist. So you are paid for the streaming of your recordings via the owner of the master or the record company, if there's one, or the label or the studio or whoever owns that master. They're the ones who account to the artist. Just as with the song, if the recording, the master, is used in a film or a sync, royalties have to be paid, syncs have to be paid for the master as well. So you're paying a sync royalty for the songwriter, for that side, the publishing side, and you're paying royalties as well to the owner of the master. There are always these two levels you have to remember, right? Similarly, if you use a sample, as I said, is really where you extract a portion off of that master recording and put it onto a new recording. That master recording has copyright. One of the rights in copyright is the right to authorize the copying. So if someone takes a piece and puts it as a sample, they need to pay the publishing side, the songwriter, but they also need to pay the owner of the master. Always two sides. So people will go to normally the artist and ask for permission, and an artist who knows no better says, no problem. No, you gotta know who owns the rights in the recording. You need to know who owns the rights on the copyright side, or what people call the publishing side. And we used a simple example because we used an example where there's one songwriter and one publisher, but you could have 10 of them over there. So it gets really complicated. The point is you need to know who actually owns the rights. I wanted to go back. So I just want to mention something here with the streaming. I thought I had in a slide, I didn't. So I mentioned that the owner of the master will have an agreement with an aggregator. The aggregator will have an agreement with the platform. The platform will pay the aggregator, who pays the owner of the master, who should pay the artist. The songwriter and publisher, that side, they have to get paid. Remember what I said, the songwriter is always paid. Because no matter what, you start with the song. So the songwriter and publisher are also paid for streaming, but in that case, the platforms have licenses with the copyright organizations. So the copyright organizations will then account to the songwriter and publisher directly. Always two sides. Copyright side, writer and publisher, neighboring right side, owner of master, and the performer. Always two sides. When you get the slide, there's a video here, and this gentleman explains in a very succinct way how collective management organizations work. Since the video isn't working for the presentation, I'll go back to that. I started speaking about how you have these organizations. There is one that was started for the Dutch Caribbean called 𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒉, 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒄𝒉. I think they're based in Curacao. I really don't know where they are in terms of their development. I met the guy once, but I know they're trying because the International Confederation advised me there's this organization. And we have an association in the Caribbean of copyright organizations, so we plan to reach out and see how we can help them. So there is an entity for the Dutch Caribbean. Sorry? You don't need no help? Oh, okay. All right. But his name is David K-double-O-K. Yeah. 𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒉, 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒄𝒉. Good. So these organizations will have members who can be, in some instances, songwriters and publishers only, in others, performers only, in some performers and owners of recordings. And in the case of my organization, we cover everything. And we will license the public performance of the works and the recordings, two separate streams. We will license the broadcast of the recordings, but also of the songs which are embedded in the recordings. So you always pay the writers, always. We will license the mechanicals. We license the streaming platforms. Very briefly, I will tell you a little about how we pay, because we don't have time for all of this. But you join the organization, you give them the information on all the works or recordings you own, or if you're a performer, all the recordings you're on. It's your job to continuously update that information. So we have these massive databases of copyright ownership information. Let's say a radio station. The radio station is obliged under its contract. A radio station is licensed to broadcast only, which is why if you have a shop and you play the radio out loud, it's a public performance. That's no longer a broadcast. You're now publicly performing. Separate license is required. So we will license the broadcasters, we will license retail shops, nightclubs, bars, like karaoke operators, all kinds of people you're licensing. You need to know what you're going to pay. So the broadcasters are obliged to give us all the data concerning the music they play. We also have a system that independently monitors all the broadcasters' streams. So we pick up what they're playing. We license live concerts and events. So depending on the size of it, we may send our own people to take information. But performers, the artists are also supposed to give us their live performance data as well. All of this goes into a pool, and you pay out radio, the monies, the radio broadcasters, and what we call general licensees are paid out against that pool. So the system will look at what was reported as being played and match it to the owners. If it's a really big concert, the money is not pooled. It's paid out based on exactly what was paid. So with radio, you're using only samples because it's massive amounts of information. In theory, you're moving, the technology is moved so you can pay exactly for everything. But what happens then is the money, it becomes too stretched. So it's samples. We may nonetheless move to paying like that because people want you to be very transparent. And the systems can now really facilitate that. We also have specific licenses for Carnival, for crop over. And we did that because we are net exporters in the region of royalties, which means we in the region tend to play more foreign music than local, which means the majority of the monies I collect have to go abroad, which is a mess. You know, nobody likes that. So to try to preserve some monies for locals, we pay a separate pool for crop over. So all of the official crop over events that government pays for goes into a specific pool, and we pay that out only against the the music for crop over performed during the season. We also will license, like I said, mechanicals, and we will license the digital platforms. In the case of the digital platforms, and I'm going to wrap up now, in the case of the digital platforms, it's a massive, massive undertaking. There's no way we could do it on our own. And in this regard, there's a hub with all of Latin America. So we're part of that hub. So for all of Latin America, except Mexico and Brazil, licenses with the big platforms are negotiated for the region. And the processing is outsourced because it's a lot, it's too much information for us to handle. So yeah, we've been able to license Spotify, Facebook, Apple. We have hell with YouTube. You may be different. I don't know. I know on the French side it's definitely 𝒐𝒐. I'm not sure what happens on the Dutch side. Yes?
Yeah, sorry. I would say, an aid to the artists that don't know the musical industry as well. I did some digging up, and with a little bit that I know, I help everybody. And when it comes to the question that you asked, could you repeat it?
No, I was saying I'm not sure what happens.
Yeah, well, here we would say 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, but 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 is more for Europe, yeah? And I discovered that BMI is more worldwide.
No. I have to object strenuously because Buma 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉
Yes.
is an excellent, excellent organization that covers the globe. BMI, and this is going to be political, and we are on record, so I have to be careful
What you say?
So what I will say is there is really nothing BMI can do that Buma
My
can't.
Stemra can do. Okay,
Yes.
great. So,
And the same for SASAM.
yeah,
But I would also say, because in our territories, in English territories, the English were there for many years.
yes.
And we pushed back, well, it was before my time, to have a national body.
Mhm.
And the importance of having a national body is that their focus will be on the locals. When the English were in the former English colonies, they were really there to represent the interests of those in England,
Exactly.
right? So, and the other thing I will point out is CMO or PRO, whatever you call it,
Mm-hmm.
is not just, its primary mandate is managing, licensing the copyright and paying royalties.
Exactly.
But they do a lot of other work. I must admit, COVID hit us hard. We're now recovering, but generally we will do things like education. We
Right.
will support participation in festivals and so on by members. We assist, sometimes members have emergency medical issues or die and, need help. Well, not the dead ones, but their family.
Yeah.
No, but the point is we do more than just, so having a local entity, I will always promote it because it offers a lot more. It also helps to build structure in the local music industry.
Yeah.
And the reason I responded the way I did to that other organization, I have friends, by the way, but the reality is a big issue is these organizations have been coming through the region and paying advances to people they think the songwriters that they realize have commercial success and basically skimming them off,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right? So I have a lot of issues with that.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. But what I would say is I don't know what they're doing locally, but even if there's no collection here and your music is played beyond St. Martin, you should make sure you're signed to an organization.
Yes, the PRO.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Hi. I have a question coming from a photography visual background, and it's a question that's been sitting in the back of my mind
Okay.
since this morning about the legal line between inspiration and theft, especially when we talk about pitching ideas. So, for example, in my case, and what I've seen with other colleagues in fashion or commercial, let's say I have an idea where I haven't created it yet, but I'm doing a pitch with a mood board and everything to Vogue about doing a fashion series about youth disparity in St. Martin, for example. And then I don't hear anything from Vogue, but 2 months later, I see in their fashion magazine that they did a series on youth disparity, but then in Barbados instead of St. Martin. What are then my grounds for approaching them?
Okay, well, you kind of anticipated one of the points I wanted to make coming out of Felipe's session. And that is I mentioned you don't get copyrighted IDs, but the expression. And when you're doing things like pitches, you have to figure out how much you're going to disclose, right? So in the elevator pitch, it's just a quick thing, not too much disclosure. Then you go further in that, you have to use NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality agreements. right? You do not just send out business plans and for the time you write out your concept, so you send an email to Vogue or whatever, it's no longer an idea because you have no thought through it and so on. And once you put it in writing, it's expressed and so on. So, what I advise is always put it in writing. Don't stick to just verbal, right? So you have something you can go back to and say, look, this, I had copyright in this, blah, blah, blah. When they try to make changes, which happens all the time, what happens under law is you can write them on it and they'll own up, or if they don't, once you're prepared to go further, what the court will look at is if there was substantial copying. And substantial copying doesn't mean it has to be a lot. Because, for example, in music, if you take just the hook line, that could be enough if it's easily recognizable and so on. So it will come down to a question of, was there substantial copying? And if they just change the country, for example, you can easily argue, yes, there was substantial copying. But put your things in writing. Don't go and just blab, especially publicly with your concepts and so on. And try to always, before you present, if you can, offer an NDA, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Sorry. Hi, thank you for your presentation. I actually had two questions.
Okay.
The first question was about covers and how does that work? If you're like an up-and-coming artist and you want to cover like a very, famous song, how does that work in terms of rights?
It's a form of copying, and you pay a mechanical license fee. So if it's an American work, for example, and I don't know if 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 operates here. If they don't, you can go to, in the US, there's the 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓 Agency, and they will issue you with a mechanical license.
How does it work? And this ties into my second question. How does it work with social media? So, like for example, so I'm a performing artist, and so obviously, like a large part of my market is Instagram or TikTok. And so when putting out work, it's like you do a TikTok challenge or you do a dance and you record the performance and you put it on Instagram. Is your work unprotected, or because you posted it to your page, is that like a form of...
So it's your song you're using, your music you're using.
Well, with the case of the cover, that was a little bit separate. So with the case of the cover, like if I were to, I don't know, record a Beyonce song and then put it on my Instagram.
Okay. Generally, you have these micro-licensing situations. So Instagram will have an agreement, say, with Beyonce's publisher and CMO and so on. And these rights will generally be covered because they know there's user-generated content. However, if you use the original recording, so if you go and you sing, no problem. If you use the original recording, depending on how strict her people are, her label and so on, there are robots used by the industry to track. So that's why sometimes the music is just blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah? So they will actively pull it down. Yeah.
And then in terms of performing, so like let's say I don't know, I create a production and I upload that, and then, a couple months down the line, I see someone creates a very similar production, and they're profiting off of it. Is there any way for me to, like, do I have any rights?
Yeah. You need to write. There's a system, Insta and TikTok and all of them have a system where you file a notice of infringement. And once they're satisfied with the information you provide, they'll take it down.
But you would, how do you say, you would be the one responsible to prove that it is yours indeed.
Yes.
Okay. And you uploading at an earlier date is not necessarily proof?
No, they may ask you to prove through a contract, through a CMO, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Dr. Erica, for that case study. You got quite a bit of information, again, in this particular PowerPoint presentation, and from Dr. Erica, from what she has prepared. We're going to go, before we go into our lunch break, we have 2 videos that we would love to share from the Bureau of Intellectual Property on St. Martin.
Our services are aimed at securing IP rights for individuals, entrepreneurs, and companies doing business or creating and selling artistic works in or from St. Martin. We are neutral and objective in our service to all entrepreneurs. 𝒚𝒐𝒄𝒉 offers the following services. We register trademarks. We evaluate trademarks on absolute grounds. We record your ideas, concepts, and creations in an I-envelope. We provide information on intellectual property rights to everyone. We refer potential trademark holders to seek advice from an IP professional. 𝒚𝒐𝒄𝒉 does not offer the following services. We do not evaluate trademarks on relative grounds. We do not provide advice to individuals. We do not offer opposition. We do not resolve disputes. We do not have the authority to enforce infringement. Don't forget to follow us on social media and visit www.vip.s6 for more information. The copyright holder has the exclusive right to use and reproduce their copyrighted work. Unlike trademarks, which can be renewed indefinitely, copyrights on St. Martin are only valid for the lifetime of the creator plus 50 years after their death. The author of a creative work automatically obtains protection under the St. Martin Copyright Ordinance once it exists in a fixed format or it is published. You might ask yourself, how can I prove that I am the rightful copyright owner on St. Martin? The answer is the I-envelope. The I-envelope is a legal means of proof. The I-envelope records various literary and artistic works protected under copyright, such as books, music, a business plan, a script, and so much more. Does this mean that the I-envelope provides me with an intellectual property right? The I-envelope does not offer any intellectual property right, since copyright is established automatically by law. Having recorded evidence of your authorship at 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 can be extremely essential in the event of a legal dispute. It can serve as evidence in and out of court. So where do I go to get an I-envelope? The I-envelope is not a digital tool, and therefore, an appointment at our office is necessary. Don't forget to follow us on social media and visit www.vip.s6 for more information.
And that is from our Bureau for Intellectual Property right here on St. Martin. So you can definitely go on their panhandles, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc., to be able to trademark or copyright your work, as well as the I-envelope, which you also saw. We are now going to take a 30 minutes lunch break. So I believe it's ready already, Clara, so that you could go to my left, the door to my left, and lunch is ready. So I'll see you back here in 30 minutes. 1:18. Yes, sir. Very precise, at 1:18.
Drawers, floors, doors. Let's go! This is our home. We've got every generation. So full of music, a rhythm of its own design. This is my family, a perfect constellation. So many stars, and everybody gets to shine. Whoa! Let's be clear, Abuela runs this show. Whoa! She let us here so many years ago. Whoa! And every year our family blessings grow. There's just a lot you simply got to know. So, welcome to the family Madrigal, the home of the family Madrigal. We're on our way, where all the people are fantastical and magical. I'm part of the family Madrigal. That's life in the family Madrigal. Now you know the family Madrigal, where all the people are fantastical and magical. That's who we are in the family Madrigal. Adios.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 𝒕𝒐𝒂. Give them a big round of applause. Once again, the spectacular 𝒕𝒐𝒂 Dance Theater of St. Martin. We're going to welcome on stage Rhythm and Groove, representing the French Caribbean islands of Sweet St. Martin Land, Guadeloupe, and Martinique, under the direction of Dion Bovel. Warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the dance company, Rhythm and Groove. Rhythm and Groove, representing 𝒚𝒐𝒓𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈 land, Martinique and Guadeloupe. The cultures all intertwined. We are 𝒚𝒐𝒓𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈 land. Put your hands together for Rhythm and Groove and director Dion Bovell. We continue right away. We go to China. Put your hands together. Welcome the Chinese Association with a warm welcome on stage. You tell me when you want the music, okay? Music? Ready. Put your hands together for the Chinese Association community right here on sweet St. Martin land. We continue on to welcome Aparna Samaga and her dance company. And they're going to celebrate the traditions of India that is thriving right here on sweet St. Martin land, giving you a presentation in classical Indian dance called Bharatnatyam. Give a warm welcome to Aparna Samaga and her dancers.
Ta jum num ta rum ta dhalam ku tak ta ku da da dang da 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 jum ta ka jum ta ta ki ta ta jum da da jum ta ta num ta rum ta ki ta da dang da da ta ri ta dhan ta run ta din ta da jum ta num ta rum ta ka dim ta ki da dang da dim ta tarikita ta jum dim da ta jum nam da ta jum tam ta kita dana ta tangirita tarikita dim ta tarikita ta jum dim da kita jum da kita ta jum ta jum da kita ta jum kita tarikita ta jum ta ni ta ta dana tarikita ta tarikita ta dana ta jum tarikita dana ta tangirita ta tarikita ta jum dim da ta jum nam da kita jum ta dim tum nam ta tangirita tarikita di ta dana ta tarikita dana ta dim ta tarikita dana ta di ta dana ta tangirita tarikita ta dim tarikita ta dim tarikita ta dim tarikita ta dim tarikita jum tarikita tangirita tarikita dingirita tarikita dongirita tarikita.
जग की कोई रीत न जाने मैं तो बस तेरी हुई दीवानी मिला जो संग तेरा उड़ा पतंग मेरा हवा में होके मलंग मैं छुड़ाई घर बार मेरा ओ मखना वे मखना अब तू ही है संसार मेरा ओ मखना वे मखना ये पागल सा है प्यार मेरा ओ मखना वे मखना मैं छुड़ाई घर बार मेरा ओ मखना छुड़ाई
Baby bet, ayy, couple racks, ayy, couple Grammys on him, couple plaques, ayy, that's a fact, ayy, throw it back, ayy, throw it back, ayy.
धिनकड़ाक आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से बीड़ी जरा खोल नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम धाय नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे हाय 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 धम धाय धिनकड़ाक आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से बीड़ी जरा खोल
I told you long ago, on the road, I got what they waiting for.
Oh, put your hands together for Aparna Samaga and her dancers. Thank you, dancers. The journey around the world in St. Martin continues. We now segue to our elders in the community, the founding mothers and fathers that sing our old St. Martin songs. So we journey now to the St. Martin Community Choir. Please welcome them all on stage as they begin to sing for you. The St. Martin Community Choir. Come forward, ladies. Don't go so far back. All the way front.
Good evening, St. Martin. How is St. Martin feeling tonight? All right, you all look so beautiful. The St. Martin Community Choir, some of us are here tonight to render a few items, songs that have been composed by our very own local artists. Isn't that awesome? All right, and these are songs that we want everybody to also learn. So if you don't know them, you can hum along and you can learn them tonight. So while they're setting up the microphones, just wishing everyone a safe carnival as well from the St. Martin Community Choir. I hope you'll enjoy this festive season. All right.
Something that's very special to me. My eyes so small and yet so great, completely surrounded by the sea, capturing every part of me. No matter where I go,
on everybody to Saint Martin. Saint Martin, so beautiful. Saint Martin, so wonderful. People friendly and nice and plenty, full of love and a given nature. Come on all, come on everybody to Saint Martin. Saint Martin, so beautiful. Saint Martin, so wonderful. Look at all of the smiling faces, all the children from wonderful places. Come on all, come on everybody to Saint Martin. Saint Martin, so beautiful. Saint Martin, so wonderful. People friendly and nice and plenty, full of love and a given nature. Come on all, come on everybody to Saint Martin. Saint Martin, a little sweeter, Saint Martin, a little softer, Saint Martin, a little louder, Saint Martin.
Do you know Mr. Jambule? Bing bang. That man from Colombia. Bing bang. He owe me $1 bill. Bing bang. He owe me for something. Bing bang. I ever hear him whine before. Bing bang. Ever hear him joke before. Bing bang. He jump on the donkey back. Bing bang. He throw over the right foot. Bing bang. He throw over the left foot. Bing bang. He shake his head. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. He shake his waist. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. He shake his back. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. Oh-oh. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. Do you know Mr. Jambule? Bing bang. That man from Colombia? Bing bang. He owe me $1 bill. Bing bang. He owe me for something. Bing bang. Never hear him whine before. Bing bang. Never hear him jump before. Bing bang. He jump on the jackass back. Bing bang. He throw over his left foot. Bing bang. He throw over his right foot. Bing bang. He shake his leg. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. The other leg. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. Shake his head. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. Oh-oh. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a, bing bang. Oh-oh.
All right, is everyone in the room? We are getting started. I'm missing a few folks. Yes, I remember that, yes. All right, is everyone in the room? I guess. All right, so one thing, because this is going to be our last workshop for this afternoon, I'd like to make mention for the Q&A segment to use that particular mic. So that's the mic we're going to use. We want it for the visual part of the event, so we could see you in its entirety, as well as when Dr. Erica is responding to you, that it's a clear visual. Okay, so we're going to use that mic to the left of the room. Also, I'm doing this again because only 8 persons shared on Facebook. We're monitoring. Some folk ain't have no Facebook. No service today. Oh boy. But for the second part, if you do have Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn or whatever medium you do have, we want you to actually go back on the page, on your Facebook page, and share something that you have learned. Do hashtag the Creative Culture Forum 2023. Hashtag that as well, but also indicate something that you've learned during Dr. Erica's presentation earlier before the lunch. Okay, so we got that done? We on? I'm kind of fast, I understand. We're on the Wi-Fi. Okay, so get on your Facebook. Hashtag. And then let us know also with a hashtag what you've learned and what your experience have been for this forum. And tag your peeps in it so that they can also come on onto the live, because it is a live feed. Shameless plug, big up the Department of Culture for doing this particular forum, and for the 5th year, as a matter of fact. That's something to celebrate. We're good? All right, so we're going to continue with our presentation or our workshop from Dr. Erica Smith. This is going to be the last workshop for the day. You will have an opportunity for a Q&A, but Dr. Erica is going to be with us for about an hour and some change, and then you have some questions. Okay? All right, guys. Please help me welcome back to the lectern Dr. Erica Smith.
Thank you. I'm not going to keep you too long. So what I want to speak on a bit is on the ownership and transfer of intellectual property rights. So, as previously mentioned, if you're going to exploit these rights, commercialize these rights, use these rights as collateral for financing, for example, you need to be clear about who actually owns the rights, especially where you have multiple rights holders. So usually with copyright, the first owner is the author, In patents, it would be the inventor. In designs, the designer, and so on. And then you have a situation where you work with someone else, so it's more than one of you. What happens then? So usually, the starting point is that you will own the rights in the creation or the invention equally. Doesn't have to be so, but that's the starting point. Sorry, the slides are being distributed though. So if it's not going to be a case where it's equal, you need to determine up front how you're going to share the rights. And that's where someone earlier was asking me about split sheets. So for those of you in music, you would know that you sign these things called, you fill out these things called split sheets that says, you own this much, I own this much, etc. There is another situation, specifically in copyright, where there are more than one author, but you can't say clearly who created what. It's a single work, and you work together, so the contributions in this situation are difficult to separate. So if you use the example of music, I might write the lyrics, you might do the composition. It's easy to say who did what. I'm the lyricist, you're the composer. In another situation, two of you might sit together and work on everything, so you can't really split it apart. So let's use the example of music, where you can split it apart. So it's clear, I own the lyrics, you own the composition. We keep them separate. Someone wants to change the lyrics, they come to me as the owner of the lyrics. If it's a case where it's a joint work and it's inseparable, permission will be needed from both of you. Follow me? Right. So you always need to verify ownership. So that's when you talk about joint ownership, and as I said before, where you can separate the contributions, you can go to the individual who owns the rights that you're interested in exploiting. Right, I said that already. Sorry. No. We spoke yesterday about licensing. And we mentioned that it's the primary way of transferring rights to another person. I also mentioned sale or assignment. A lot of times when you read contracts, you'll read about the assignment of rights. It's very similar to the concept of selling the rights, except it's limited for a period of time. So, an assignment is like if I say, I'm going to sell you my rights, but only for 3 years. And after 3 years, they come back to me. Right? But the sale means you're really transferring full benefit for that period of time. As a copyright organization, we do take an assignment of copyright in some instances. And we do that because we want to be in a very strong legal position. And the strongest position you can have is when you are the owner. So an assignment allows for the period of the assignment for us to operate as though we're the owners. A license, remember what I told you, your rights don't actually transfer to the person. They have a right to use your rights, but you still own them. I mentioned this before, where copyright is a bundle of rights, but it can be fragmented. So you can split the copyright according to different persons. You can split it according to the rights. So I could have copyright and say, you're going to have my I'm going to license you the reproduction rate. I'm going to license you the public performance rate. I'm going to license you the broadcast rate. You can do it like that. I think that's inefficient, but you can. I could also say, I'm going to license you the reproduction rate, but only for St. Martin. I'm going to license you the reproduction rate for the USA. You can split it right now. So it is highly fragmented, or it can be highly fragmented. And you can also say, I'm going to give you the reproduction rate for St. Martin for 20 years. I'm going to give you the rate for the rest of the world for 50 years. All of this is possible. And you can assign rates for future works. So works that you haven't even created yet. And this is what happens when you join my organization. For example, we take an assignment and it includes for future works. Why? Because the anticipation is you're going to keep creating new works. So we just will know we automatically have a right to manage those works unless the arrangement is brought to an end. Right. So you assume the author, we'll stick with copyright, we assume the author is the first owner of copyright, but it is not always the case. And there are differences that arise because of legislation or under contract. Now, this is usually where people get a little sticky. When you create a work as an employee, the presumption is your employer is the owner of the copyright, is the first owner of the copyright. You still get to be recognized as the author, but your employer owns the rights. That's the presumption. But you would have had to have created the work as part of your daily normal duties. So if you're employed as an engineer, and I come and say, oh, I need you to create, I don't know, a social media campaign for the company, I can't claim that you did that under your normal job description, because that's not what you're employed to do. In that situation, there's no presumption that the employer owns the rights in that social media campaign. In that situation, there would have to be a specific agreement to transfer the rights to the employer. A situation that happens is with patents. So you are employed as a mechanical engineer at a company that does, manufactures products for companies. You decide that on evenings after work and on Saturdays, you will come to the office and you will make, there's something you want to invent, you're working on something, and you can work on it in your free time at the office. You come up with something brilliant. You know it's going to be worth a lot of money. You go to patent it as the inventor. I come and say, hell no. You did that using my resources. So I claim in the rights in it. Worse yet, if you did it during working hours. It may not be part of your job description, but look, we gotta have a conversation, right? So the company will be presumed author if you do something that falls within your normal job description, if you do something using the company's resources, which includes the company's time. Commissioned works or work for hire. Same, we use the term work for hire. Work for hire is actually a very specific term in US legislation. I can't speak to Dutch legislation, but where I'm from, it would really be a commissioned work. So you are a photographer, and under Barbados legislation, when someone commissions you to do the work, the person who commissions you to come and do the photography is presumed the first owner of copyright. In Jamaica, it's the opposite. And in the UK, it's the opposite. Where you commission a photographer, the photographer is presumed the first owner of copyright. You have to have a contract saying otherwise. So you can change it with contract. So you need to check local legislation, because it does vary from country to country. In any case, even if the rights aren't yours, remember the moral rights. You still retain that moral right to be named as the author or the inventor, right? But for those of you who do visual art, who are photographers, if you're a musician, a producer, and you're doing a jingle or what have you, you want to be clear about who owns the rights. First, you need to understand what your legislation says. If the parties are happy with that, fine. If not, you can vary it by contract. That's all. Simple. Now, before I wrap up, I know everybody's anxious to leave. I just wanted to go back to the session this morning, because I was sitting with this group here, the first group, and they had this idea of a project for a book that promotes and educates on local cultural heritage. So I said I would go through what they were thinking to see what the intellectual property issues could be, so that you see how it applies in real life. So first of all, you have to understand what is the project, and understanding the project will help you to understand at least the initial IP implications. So it's a book. So we know we're in the realm of copyright first and foremost. So who or what is the person behind the project? And they had some discussion. Somebody said you would need to set up a foundation and so on. It's important to know who owns the project, because that will have a lot of implications as to who owns the rights. Remember, if it's work done for a company, chances are the company will own the rights. So you need to be clear about the entity owning the project. Another question came up was, how is the project being financed? And I have 2 points here. One is, if you're going after grant funding, you need to check those contracts, because a lot of times the funders will have stipulations in terms of IP. Sometimes they require the IP to be all transferred to them, for example. So if you're going after grant funding, you need to be clear about the provisions as far as the ownership of the work being done is concerned. And even if they don't take ownership, they may have certain requirements in terms of their ability to use it or replicate it and so on. And the other point I wanted to make on grant funding goes back to yesterday. So yesterday touched briefly on the fact that you can use your IP as an asset, or at least in some countries you can use your IP as assets. I don't know to what extent this is possible in St. Maarten. But I also noted you were talking a lot about when you do the grant applications and stuff. The thing is, that's fine. The creative industries rely a lot on grant funding. Unfortunately, that's the case. But what I want you to really start thinking is, how do I position myself so I can move off of relying on grant funding? Because unfortunately, our policymakers, when they think of the creative industries, they think of it in terms of, oh, give them some grants or give them some subsidies. And if you stay in that realm, it's never a respected industry. You don't build an industry solely on grants and subsidies, right? So I know it's ambitious, especially when you're now starting out. But you really need to start thinking, I own assets. My assets have value. And try to develop a business plan, a strategy that will take you to the point where you can really start using your assets and not just constantly, next 10 years, still have to rely on grants and subsidies. Easier said than done, but that should be the plan. Who's doing the work? Who are the authors and creators of this work? So, goes back. Is it a case where you have a foundation and you're going to commission work? And if you're commissioning work, then you need to ensure the rights are transferred to you. Even if you aren't a foundation, someone is in charge, is the producer, let's say, of this project. Because the same thinking goes for film or what have you, or a dance production. There has to be a producer, an entity or person in charge. So they have to be clear about the relationship they will have with the contributors, and there will be multiple contributors. So you have to think through the illustrators, the script writers, all of these people. You need to know, for example, if you're going to have photographs in the book, who owns the rights in those photos? Are these photos still under copyright in the case of old photos? Has the photographer been dead for at least 50 years? What happens if you can't identify the owners of these rights? That happens a lot in the Caribbean because we don't have the documentation. That's another story altogether. Those are called orphan works. And unfortunately, across the globe, there are a lot of works. There are orphan works. You don't know who owns them, and they're usually locked up because if you risk using them, you might risk infringing copyright. So you need to know who's going to be doing all the work and what's the relationship. Is it better for the foundation to just employ these people so the rights are automatically yours, or are you going to, like I said, contract them? If you have volunteers, consultants, etc., all of these you need to be very clear about. Volunteers, they create something, there's going to be copyright in it, you're going to have an interest in that copyright, have an agreement to have the rights transferred. But you have to think about all the people who might be contributing. And if they're using any pre-existing work, any samples, any adaptations, they have to declare that to you, and you have to make sure that there are appropriate licenses in place. If you're using, since it's a national cultural heritage book, you're going to use local cultural symbols like your flag. These national symbols will generally have specific protection around them. So you need to know the clearance process. You need to have permission to do photos of the flag, etc. The commercialization of the benefits from the book. So you do the book, and then what? You can either, no. Let me go and give a simple example here. The foundation could publish the book itself. So it does all the arrangements and then it's responsible for marketing and distributing this book. And that's normal for a foundation. If it was a commercial project, you would more than likely go to a publisher, book publisher, and they would be responsible for marketing and commercializing and distributing and so on. So the foundation has commissioned some persons to create this book. It has the contract, so they transfer their rights to the foundation. But the foundation does intend to make these books available to children, the public, whatever, and they're going to sell it. So when you have those contracts that will speak to the transfer of rights, they should also stipulate how these people are going to be paid. Now, if a commissioned work or work for hire, you can agree that I'm paying you a fixed amount of money, that's it. So you're paid, you go your way, I go mine. Or you could agree, for example, the foundation has no money, I can't pay you, but if we get some money in, I can pay you some royalties. And you agree that in writing. Or we have money, it's not a lot, it's not what your work is worth, so I can pay you $100 now, but also a share of royalties. So you need to organize all of that. And that was it. The last thing I had noted was what was raised before about the NDA. Somebody raised it. So you don't just go out there and share your ideas, at least not in a detailed way. And when you do share, try to do something in writing so you have evidence. Have an NDA before you share, and it doesn't just go for copyright and creative works. For those of you who may be involved in more technical inventions and so on, let me be clear. And with designs that I spoke about yesterday, you will only get protection to the extent that your inventions and designs are novel, meaning completely new. The worst thing you can do as an inventor is to invent something and then go and show it off. Show it here, there, and everywhere. Go on TV, look what I did. And then try to get a patent. You will destroy your novelty. You will talk yourself out of being able to get a patent. So you come up with an invention, you can talk to your attorney about it, right? And you always, or if you talk to somebody under a confidential agreement, but you seek protection first, right? And that's my advice. Thank you.
Yeah. All pertaining to music again. Leasing music, I realized that a lot of people just take music from different platforms and just create the melodic and lyrical content for it and put it out there. What are the, what would happen to them?
Excuse me.
Seeing that we are a minority, which means we don't have nothing in lockdown, you know?
You don't have, sorry, I'm hearing some words and not, you don't have any what?
In other words, we don't have anything here to defend ourselves when it comes to, if you just take a music, we don't have a, like you said, a PRO here, that if a person, an artist, take someone's music and owns it and put their own lyrical and composition, so the flow, on it, and put it up on Facebook,
Right.
what happens when the owner gets...
So first, let me be clear. I don't want to make this seem like a walk in the park. So, intellectual property rights are private rights, which means you as the owner, the responsibility is with you. Even if you're assigned to an organization like a copyright organization, they don't manage all of your rights.
Exactly.
Right? So you still have the responsibility of trying to manage your rights. I know it's difficult. In the case of the platforms, when your works are infringed, they all have a system for notification of infringement where you can write and ask for a takedown. And they do it. And I know people who do it. So it's not necessarily easy, but you have to make the determination that you will do whatever you can, and the platforms do provide a system. You help yourself when you have contracts and split sheets and so on that help to document your ownership. And the 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 system will also help in terms of being able to have proof of ownership. So it's not that you're completely hopeless. They all have a system for notification of infringements. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you once again for the presentation. I have 3 questions, but I'll try not to be too long, even though I like to elaborate. The first is, what is our base back home by you? How does it work with an agreement between an artist and government having to do a performance, catering, or anything like that? What is the length also of payment should be in the contract?
All right. I can tell you generally because contracts can be negotiated, and it depends, unfortunately, sometimes on who you are and who you know. But the contract should generally say who will own the rights. Sometimes, for example, if it's that I want you to do a jingle, and which I know I will probably, sometimes government can use a jingle for years. It's cheaper and easier if I commission you to do the work and the rights are transferred to government.
Okay. So sell you the rights one time over to them.
Yeah.
And
often.
what about payment now? Shouldn't it be a short-term payment instead of long before you get paid for the work?
So how you're paid is going to depend on the client, who the client is. At the end of the day, they will have a budget. So you got to bear that in mind. So let's stick with the jingle. The contract will say what they want, how they plan to use it, where they plan to use it. For example, only on radio and television, and social media. It will say if they want to use it for a year or indefinitely. The length, the duration of the work will also be a factor. And in that case, the amount paid would have to reflect those, So if it's a jingle you will use indefinitely on every available media, you need to pay more. How you're paid is, like, if it's a commissioned work and all rights transferred, you get paid on delivery, or you should be paid on delivery.
Should you add late fee payments?
If it's oh Lord, late fee payment. Well, you can have a penalty, yes, but you shouldn't really deliver work that you paid on delivery. The thing is, I don't want to speak specifically about my government. Let's just say that, unfortunately, in the region, when you do work for governments, it can be considered sure money, but you're just not sure when you will get it.
Yes.
That's the common situation.
Okay.
And if you are in a position, to negotiate a penalty and all that with government, well, then you're in a very strong position.
Okay. And you mentioned about creating on the job. If you created a project and it hasn't been published or anything like that, how you go about it to get it?
You mean so that you
don't have the nitty-gritties of it. You know who assisted within the project, but it is not within your grasp or any of our grasp to be able to either publish it or make it, because it has its value and it's not being published as yet.
But you started by saying a work you created on the job, right?
Yes, you could say.
Right. So if you created it on the job, I will presume that your employer actually owns those rights.
In a way, it was a creation, well, okay. The creation was made to promote, which wasn't asked of, but you did it out of being a creative person and to promote within the community, and it ended up not being used beyond that factor or that can be beneficial for everyone.
All right, I will just clearly state I don't know all the facts, but if you create something on the job voluntarily and your employer still has a right to exert an interest. So companies should usually have an IP policy, which will say how these things work. A lot of them don't. There's also the question of what the law says and what equity says. Because I'm saying equity because in the English system of law, we have equity. But you look at what's fair under the circumstances. So if you voluntarily did something that benefits your employer, you need to have a conversation with them and negotiate how you will treat with this creation. Hopefully your employer is a reasonable employer and we'll have that conversation. If the employer decides that I can claim the rights in this, but I'm really not interested, no problem. They can sign an agreement and say they relinquish any rights and you're free to use it how you want. Yes.
And well, actually, yeah, the last question is with the bib. Yeah, the question about bib is, it's mentioned that they are not there to, if they have a dispute, I know, but no, no, I'm asking, because you give the presentation and a question arises out of it, is that if it has a you're registering trademarks, correct? If you're registering trademark from each one of us here at the table and you notice there has a similarity, why are you registering it still and then turns around, you're not gonna be able to, if it comes out to a dispute like we both have the similar pattern or a look of the trademark or copyright and everything else. No, trademarks of which is the cover page or the logo and stuff like that. Why is it you're registering it still and then it ends up into a dispute of a similarity to two different companies?
All right, I really can't speak to how they function, their internal procedures. I know they don't examine on relative grounds and they don't have opposition process. I will assume that they do publish the application and they must, there must be a system. I don't know your law. So even if they're not examining it, you as a rights holder, if you have a trademark that you think it infringes on, there's going to be still some possibility of you getting some redress for that. But I can't speak. A lot of offices will do the examination, and they do publish the trademark application, and you are allowed to object to the registration for whatever reason. If it goes ahead and is registered and you weren't aware or what have you, there's a later process where you can ask for it to be nullified or canceled. But I really can't speak to their process. I tried to read your law and your regulations before, and like I said, it was lost in translation. So I would have to speak with them to understand how they deal with it.
Once again, I'd like to thank you, and I'd also like to thank the Department of Culture for this wonderful event. It was many of our first time attending today, and I will wish to have information that we share information from each other, so that in case of anything, I may not know what your line of art is, that I could share it with others, or we might have organization that each of us are in, that we could share it with each other, so that if someone is looking for that specific art that you are creating, or I just advised today to one of my friends that maybe the artist that does music could be part of a school organization or program or after-school program that you all can, stimulate the young minds that are interested in that field. So, let's exchange information so that we can promote our own local stuff. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and thank you. It was a pleasure being here today.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, Dr. Erica Smith. And this has been an awesome 5th Culture Creative Industry Forum. Kindly give the Department of Culture an astounding round of applause. Kindly give Dr. Erica Smith an astounding round of applause. And in their absence, Dr. Keith Nurse and Felipe Butrago, also an astounding round of applause. Thank you for sharing your wealth of information. We have gathered so much, and we're leaving with so much to give as well. And just as the last commenter said, it's definitely a forum where we can network, gain insights, work what we have together, and grow, because as was said, there's no standalone artists. We need to work together in order to push this industry on St. Maarten beyond the borders, right? So the team, the role of the individual in creating success, you have started the process, and we look forward to seeing you doing greater things in 2024. And when the next Culture Creative Industry comes around, you can share your progress based on what you've learned today. With that said, it is the end of this forum, but I'm definitely going to call Clara Reyes, the infallible Clara Reyes, the great. I know she was going to do that. Our head of the Department of Culture, to give the last words.
Good afternoon, everybody. I trust you had a very enlightening journey. And so here goes. I have very few words to say. Thank you for coming out. This information is on Facebook. You can look at it again and listen to it again, and what you missed out, like really dig in. Use this opportunity to really educate yourselves. At the end of the day, if we want to transform this landscape of ours, it's our responsibility. Yes, I work for government, but at the end of the day, you're the artist, and government will put some things in place, but you have to be the ones diving in and creating your destiny. So it's our responsibility to be that which we want to see happen in the world. So there's a lot we don't know, a lot that I don't know, and these are the great platforms when we have these brilliant minds that are able to come to St. Maarten to work with us and share. So take advantage of every opportunity. So I'm saying thank you once again, Dr. Erica. Keith, Dr. Nurse wasn't feeling well, so we lost him along the way, but we're gonna check up on him now. Felipe wanted to see the planes land. So we're gonna check, I'll see him later. I have a little gift for you. I'd like the team of Department of Culture to come forward. Lourdes, Daphne, Rodney, come on stage to be part of us handing over our beautiful, the bag over there. Come, Dr. Nurse, Smith. You know, the other thing I want to say, you know, for the last couple of months, we've been sending out WhatsApp messages, forms to fill out. Y'all don't react fast enough. Y'all not answering it. Please fill out the forms. We're trying to have a mapping of who we are, where we are, how many of us there is. We need to be able to say what are the numbers, have some kind of idea. So if I send you something, please respond. It's not just for Pong. You'll get it. I'm only now seeing you now. So we have a certain database. We keep adding onto the database. So make sure tonight before you leave, you add your phone number on the list, so we can add you to our list and then keep building our database so we can keep bringing this information to you. So I have a little goodie bag for you. I guess we should come on from the light over here. Where's somebody call me Lourdes and Daphne? So it's a collection of little things that are valuable to us. It's I didn't do the bubble berry, but I have to give you mine because I've been here. Light or mic? So in any case, so we have from one of our youngest culture creative industries authors is a little young lady called Tita. It's a little book she wrote with her auntie, Miss Lizanne. Then we have something from Ms. Ruby Butte, who's one of our cultural icons. We also have something from Kai. She produces her own toiletries, so soaps and all of that. So I try to give you a little mixed bag of all things created and made by St. Maarten creative specialists. So here you go, take a little bit of St. Maarten with you. And I'd like to bring on stage Ms. Daphne Thomas, Ms. Lourdes Wilson. Look at them trying to be all cute. Rodney Richardson. As you can see, it's a team of 4. Oh, Kurt is missing. He's on the road. He had to carry, you know, he's been our driver and stuff like that. So thank you guys for coming out. We're going to continue to have more dialogues. We're in conversations with BIP to have more information sessions so they can answer you directly about how and what their role is on St. Maarten. In this capacity, she's not able to talk about BIP, but BIP will have their own session as well, so we can keep informing, so you're an informed and educated artist. All righty? I think that's it from me. Thank you all for coming. Churchy, Reginald, the staff of this wonderful Belair. If I forget anybody? Cameraman, yes. They're all part of the Vid Media Solutions. Amanda, Vital, vet minister. All right, so that's it. I got to take a shopping to spend some money in St. Maarten. How about that?